Oh, we made it.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. What happened to Jay? Did he finally stroke out?
No, I'm here. I've been stroking. I'll stroke it to the left.
How about another intro? Thanks, everyone in the chat for showing up. Okay, now we're really here.
Actually live.
Actually live. Thanks for coming to rehearsal, everyone.
This is just lighting and blocking, right? No line reading.
Yeah, we're MOS.
Excellent. Pure tech.
Well.
Line.
Fine. Let's see. Hoodie weather has finally returned to Southern California.
Oh yeah, up here too, man. In France too.
Yeah, is it nice?
I'm freezing my ass off. Actually, I'm in pajamas, wearing like shorts and a shirt. I didn't realize it was this cold until like 2 seconds ago.
Oh man, I always look forward to putting on the hoodie for the first time every year.
Tell the casino to turn the heat up.
Try the roulette table. It's hot.
Exactly.
Well, it's not that cold. I mean, it's San Diego. There's only 2 summers here. It's hot summer and cold summer.
Yeah. I remember when I moved out to Santa Clara, we left in raging snowstorm, and then we drive 24 hours to California. We get there, it was 50 degrees and everybody's wearing like parkas and stuff, and my buddy and I are wearing shorts and t-shirts. It was like, this is great. What are you talking about?
That was how my sister was. She lived in Alaska for like years and years, and she'd get down here and it was like 60 degrees, and we're like, oh, it's too cold. She's like, no, this is fine.
This is peak summer. What are you talking about?
Sure is fucking cold up here.
Yeah. I mean,
On the
it's
downside,
motherfucking cold.
On the downside, though, she was here for a visit during a really awful heat wave, and she was just dying. She was like, why is it like this?
How can you live like this?
Yeah, that was the annoying thing, is that apparently nobody in the valley installs air conditioning, because you really only need it for like a month or so. But that month, you damn well need it. And luckily, our apartment complex had a pool, so I'd be out there at like 11 p.m. swimming in it just to cool off.
Man, that is a weird thing, because when I was growing up in Ghana, everyone had air conditioning in their house. It was basically the fucking standard. But when I moved here, nobody has air conditioning. But summer is hot as hell. Summer is, you're burning during summertime where I live, but nobody has air conditioning. So I'm just dying with my fan blowing hot air at me.
Yeah.
That's a travesty.
My God.
That's what Georgia was like. Just lay on the floor in your underwear, just a fan blasting on you. Please, God, take me now.
Yeah, you're sweating and it does no good whatsoever because the humidity is so high. Nothing's evaporating off of you.
No, it's just, you're in a puddle.
Yeah.
Speaking of puddles,
that wasn't me.
We have a dog for that. We have a brand new Twitter account. Look at us. We're grown-ups now.
I don't know that being on Twitter qualifies as being grown up. I've seen what's going on there.
Just let me have a little bit of a moment.
Okay, all right.
And then I'm going to pass it off to Barbara, because I've never even logged into it. What are we at? B-roll stage on everything?
Yeah, I think so. It might be.
Our VCR is flashing.
Our social coordinator, vice president.
Adam regrets putting me in charge of social media because I hate social media.
No, I put you in charge of it because I hate it more.
That's true.
But yes,
I think we're at B-roll stage across the board at everything.
Yeah, it's better to keep it like that.
Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
And now Patreon.
And now Patreon.
$dollar bills, yo.
Stick it in our G-string. Tip us, buy us a drink, dinner and a movie. We'll be funnier.
We'll put out, I assure you.
Oh yeah, that's not,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
my personal guarantee. Anything else we want to cover? Anybody else got any hot gigs coming up they want to mention or anything?
Anti-derivative Jill actually got her monetization and had a stream earlier today celebrating it.
Oh,
Yeah.
she
Oh,
did
that's
get it.
awesome.
Yep.
That's great.
Nice.
It was great.
Yeah. So I guess the thing was that everyone that subbed actually had to watch a video before their sub count. Is that how it works now?
I'm guessing.
Yeah,
That's
I mean
weird.
that's generally how YouTube works.
Yeah, I think it's because of like they think it's just like bots that are subbing to you if you get a mass influx in just like under a few minutes, something
And
like
no
that.
interaction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh.
And we gave her a whopping 12 subs, and suddenly alarms went off because
I think she said she got 56 from Brownstream, but and she has like all but 6 of those were actually recognized, so she's over the 500.
Yep.
Yay. That's awesome.
Yeah, good for her. It's an endless source of frustration that YouTube is just constantly changing the rules, constantly, and God forbid they tell you anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
But stuff like that irritates me because it's like, oh, could you not program a bot to click a view after it subs? Like,
Yeah, but it's one more step in the process. I mean, it'd be
guess.
a lot easier for me to just do simple subscribe bots versus playing and then having to parse the video stream to actually have it recognized as a view.
Yep.
It's much
Where
more
are
complex.
we on that?
Oh, I'm ready. I mean, we're ready to go to about 5 million. Just
By the end of the night.
Yeah.
Sure. How about you, Uninspired? Do you have any upcoming streams that you'd like to promote?
I am with Cannoli Sasquatch on Monday at I think it's like, well, for my time, honestly, it's gonna be 3 a.m. So I think that's like 2 a.m. British time. And yeah, we're gonna be watching. Well, not watching. We're gonna be talking about Spaceballs. So yeah,
Oh, excuse me.
that'll
Spaceballs.
be cool.
Yeah.
Are we the baddies? I love that line.
And so yeah, that's it for me. Like in terms
that
of
is not
live
actually from
streams.
Spaceballs.
Oh, it's not? I always
No.
thought it was.
No, it's a
That's
British
awesome.
sketch comedy.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right.
Are we the baddies?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Now that you
And
say
we
it in
have-
the accent, I hear it.
We have skulls on our uniforms. Oh, it could be a rabbit, but it's not a rabbit, is it?
It's got fangs like this.
Mm.
Okay. Well,
Right.
tonight we are going to be watching the return of Mr. Moto. Barbara and I have seen every original Peter Lorre Moto episode about 300 or 400 times each. Are big fans. Big fans. All of which I believe are directed by Norman Foster, who is one of the great lost heroes of affordable cinema. He is an incredible director. You get so much bang for your buck in those. And then he went on to do Charlie Chan once Pearl Harbor happened. So they had to switch from a Japanese hero to an established Chinese one. Swedish Chinese. But I have never watched this. And this is 1965 and stars Henry Silva as the Japanese detective.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was thinking is that when him switching to Charlie Chan, is that first time he actually had an Asian leading his Asian-led movie?
Charlie Chan was not. Charlie Chan was last played by Sidney Toler, who was Swedish American, and Mr. Moto was always only played by Peter Lorre, who's Hungarian.
Right.
But now it's 1965.
And then Henry Silva, who's just
30
disturbing
years
in his
later.
own way.
Yeah. But I have not actually watched this. I've been putting off watching it for a long time because
The only actual Asian actors that Chan ever had was Key Luke when he was number one son,
Number
Lee.
Right.
And he was primarily with Warner Toland. And no, not Toland.
Poland.
Oland, sorry.
Mm.
And And then Sun Young was primarily with Sidney Toler.
Number 2 son.
Number 2 son, Jimmy.
Jimmy Chan. Okay, so I don't know what to expect, except I skimmed through this, and it looks like at some point he's going to put on a Japanese disguise. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Sean Connery is the greatest Asian actor of our time.
I'll raise you a John Wayne.
I mean, John Wayne as the Conqueror. That's pretty impressive.
It is.
I will see you Asian and raise you Egyptian.
Spanish Egyptian tops.
They were mostly Greek anyway. It was fine. Scottish, Spanish, Egyptian. They all look alike to me. Old.
And on that demonetization, let's take a look. Oh, we need some audio there. What's happening?
Fire.
Ah, yes, there will be blood.
There will be sake.
Oh.
That's subtle racism.
The return of Mr. Moto.
Dumb.
1965, and they still can't get an Asian guy.
Or a Japanese typeface. Stop the Dollar Store Saul Bass graphics.
They were holding up for Comic Sans.
The world is waiting for Comic Sans. Good music.
Yeah, music is pretty good.
Sounds like a real orchestra. I don't recognize
But it's not generic Japanese song. This is unacceptable.
Yes, generic Japanese music.
Yeah, it sounds like outtakes from Our Man Flint.
I tell you what, I really want to see in this is some leaps off of stacked crates.
Oh yeah, in empty boxes.
Flying judo jumps.
Yes.
Vegetables getting knocked around.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is pretty well like made.
They spent some money on that.
Yeah, or else maybe it's like stock footage of an actual burning thing.
Oh, is this how the Israelites think they can intimidate my father?
Just waiting to check the coin slot.
Yes. 9/11 air travel. Now this is...
Yeah, you could even bring your dagger with you, as that man demonstrates.
Incredible.
And no shortage of handguns, I'm sure.
McAllister is aboard flight 573, due in London at 6:30.
They're serving fish and chicken.
Man, this does look high budget though. Very, very high budget.
Yeah, it's not a bad print either, too. I found it in HD.
Ah, there we go, the stock image.
Yeah. And central casting.
That's a weird way to stop a cab, just like wave your finger at it.
It's London. It's very polite.
Where is McAllister now?
Ew, look at his eyebrows.
Oh, he's not far from here. He's in a restaurant.
Oh, it's nothing like last week's eyebrows.
Alone? I know, he's with a chink.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Whoa, whoa.
Well, it didn't take long for us to get right into the racisms, did it?
Right into the casual racisms.
That might be a new record. Barbara Stanwyck, eat your heart out.
That I was not expecting. That just happened. Boom.
No, he said it like instantly, like so casually too. You don't even expect it.
Let's hear it again.
Where is McAllister now? Oh, he's not far from here. He's in a restaurant. Having dinner. Alone? I know, he's with a chink. Sorry, an Oriental gentleman.
Ah, political correctness at its finest.
Made it all better.
Yeah, there's nothing like a 60-year-old British man to suddenly be politically correct. Sure.
Hope I didn't offend you. He's Oriental.
Exactly.
Dined somewhere.
We're still busy colonizing Hong Kong, but it's fine.
He's a witness. Well, couple, I didn't know there was going to be two of them, you know. I mean, I figured it was just going to be in and out, you know what I mean?
Are you sick, Hobart? Headache? Wet hands? Rapid pulse?
Hey, leave off, will you? I mean, I got this cab for you, didn't I?
I mean, I did the in and out, but I thought she was clean. So no, I don't have any of those symptoms.
Look, I know my job, Dargo.
Are you sure you will recognize McAllister when he comes out of the restaurant?
Ah,
Those are
sure.
balls.
Yeah, the one that's not a chink apparently is what.
I've turned him from the airport, haven't I?
Be certain. I dislike killing the wrong person. Professional pride.
I mean, it would be hard to miss him, you know?
Isn't it enough that we got the old man set up? I mean, why does the other fella have to come into it? I mean, it isn't in my contract, you know? It's too dangerous.
God. If this were cast nowadays, that would be James Cordery.
If this were cast now, it would never get made.
Oh, yeah. You'd probably have Tarantino saying chink, you know?
That's all right.
$100,000 a day, Moto.
And then a quick foot shot.
That's what
Yep.
Rita Oil's been
You have
doing
wet feet?
ever since this mess started 6 months ago.
What luck are you having stopping it?
Plenty.
Like Freddy, too.
All bad.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Our biggest problem is
Aren't all movies about closeted gayness?
Satan's
I'm
cigarette.
starting to think so.
someone torched off our number 4 well in the Wadi Shamar province of Persia 4 months ago. It's still burning.
This dude has a
It's the
very
biggest wildfire in the Middle
square
East since the
face.
Henry
yeah.
Silva?
blowtorch
Yep.
in Saudi Arabia.
It's very angular.
He's been in a million things.
Yeah.
He has one of those guys that's like 5,000 credits. He was on like the Buck Rogers show in the 80s. Like he's been on everything.
Oh yeah, he was
I've
in
never
action
seen him
movies.
before.
Oh no, he was in a ton of action movies, even well into the 80s.
Yeah, if you click his
Really?
IMDb, it'll blow your mind.
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
It burned for 6 months. Flames 500 feet. They said it could have burnt for 100 years. Satan's
he's still
cigarette.
not
He looks like a
Japanese.
Bogdanov brother.
Sounds very well organized, Mac.
Exactly. Rita Oil has its lease coming up in the Wadi Shamar province for renewal. Now, we certainly can't renew. It's all part of the pattern.
If Peter Oil is forced out of the Middle East, others will follow.
Exactly. Already there are reports of sabotage and Dutch interests in Al Hazza.
Sabotage.
Sabotage.
Damn.
Hit the bass line.
It's sabotage.
Sabotage.
Hey, you used to look at pretty girls. Now you keep
Yeah,
turning
you
around
missed
looking
her,
behind
man.
you.
It's like you're looking at the curtain.
That's it. That's it. So we have our first example of closeted gayness.
We're already there.
You used to look at pretty girls. Well, my taste
I
has
mean,
changed a bit.
He's literally looking at the curtains, you know, so he has to open them to be free.
Exactly.
It's a metaphor.
Yes.
Come out of the coat room already.
Someone tried to kill me in Persia last week.
Well, it's about time you got some help.
I contacted the international
Getting
police.
killed, I mean.
They
Yes.
said a special agent from Interpol would contact me as soon as I arrived in London.
You've been speaking with him all evening.
What, you?
This dude sucks at his
You
job.
and I have...
No, his arms aren't even folded. That is stoic, man.
Exactly.
That is.
He's also got to call Interpol and ask for a refund. I would like a different one.
No, yeah, for sure.
You have something in a non-Asian blend. I'm
When you've been in the spy business that long and had that much plastic surgery, I mean, sooner or later.
had dinner
Man.
5 years ago in Hong Kong. Since then, looks like Moto and McAllister will be working together again.
Life's little ironies. You and I on the same team again after all these years.
There it is.
Yep.
On the
Well, you don't
same
seem very
team.
pleased.
I'll pitch, you'll catch.
Tired.
Why do they want you dead, Mike?
I haven't the slightest idea. Look, I'll give you a full rundown in the morning. I never could sleep on airplanes. Hey,
Man,
waiter,
this is a
check
lot
these.
of exposition just dumped on you.
I gotta
Yeah.
say, he would sleep better if he tried it in the airplane instead of on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
We had a little momentum going and then it just ground to a halt.
Yeah, it's like the scene is so weird too. Plus the way it's shot is just like, simple.
Oh, look, Barbara Stanwyck's eating back there.
This is really the antithesis of the Manster. The Manster wasn't fucking around, man. I mean, it got right into it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
We're lucky. There's a taxi. Hey, can I drop you any place?
No, I think I'll go for a walk.
Why would he
Hey,
go to the
Cabby.
first taxi
There's
that
the
he
car.
sees when he knows that
They're
man?
trying to kill him.
Yeah,
Oh, it's fine. Interpol has their agent with him.
See you.
I mean, he's not really there anymore.
Not
He's
anymore.
leaving.
Got them both. A twofer.
God damn.
The way his head fell, he looks like a doll out of Team America World Police.
Moto,
I was
are
gonna
you
say.
okay?
Look at his angle, man. It's like Durka Muhammad Jihad.
It's okay. You can trust Moto.
I mean, that was quick for a setup and a failure. I mean, that was just like, all right, well.
Like, I don't know. They could have at least had him maybe enter the cab or something. Be very, very close range. I'm sure he missed or some shit like that. They'll probably say that.
No,
Also-
the assassin was like, if he gets in that cab, he's going to talk for like 10 minutes. Fuck this. I'm going to shoot him before he ever gets in here.
Henry Silva doesn't say a fucking word, apparently.
Exactly.
But
At the end.
also, wouldn't Interpol have their own cars to drive these important people
Exactly.
around?
It's like, I don't know. Interpol sent him. Arise. Arise.
Christmas.
The way
Just
he gets
kidding.
up with the music at the same time.
Babe, are you okay?
Honey?
I'll just roll you over. You'll be fine. I can't believe it took this long for the roofies to kick in.
I must avenge him.
I'm no inspector, but I think he might be dead.
Why is he just looking around in disbelief?
Why the hell did he fall down and fall unconscious? He didn't get shot.
His run, he doesn't move his arms when he runs.
No, he does not move well.
Henry Silva's always been an awkward, bizarre guy.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when did those hands go in those pockets?
Last episode.
Because they were out last I saw.
Wait, so is he just like relaxing, continuing with this day?
Does he think the whole fucking neighborhood's in on it?
It
I
will
better.
not be too difficult to intercept.
Look, why don't we leave it alone, eh, Gaff?
You are worse than the Oriental, Hobart. Your panic back there is the reason he still lives. Like him, you wish to run. Like him, perhaps, you will learn.
Learn? What?
Wait,
I
our
mean,
panic is the reason
No
he
one
lived?
can run
Dude, you were
faster
like
than
at
death.
point blank range. You missed the shot. What are you talking about?
Also, he's saying you want to run like him. Nobody wants to.
Nobody
run
wants to
like him,
run like
Not
him.
even him.
No, my shoulders actually work. I can run much better than that.
Oh yeah.
Also,
what are you going to do?
why the hell is he suddenly obsessed about shooting Moto? He only gave a damn about killing the one guy.
Exactly.
I guess a witness, but that's stretch. That's headcanon.
Yeah, but yeah, because no one saw who the hell was in the cab.
No, not even. Henry Silva wasn't even looking.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just flopped on the ground for no reason, and it was just
like the worst hitman to ever grace the planet. He's just here
Against the
trying
worst
to do
secret
whatever he
agents.
can. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
This is a great team up.
Just obey orders. Drive, Hobart.
I didn't think I'm German.
Yeah, I was wondering, did he become German?
His accent
I-
slips in and out. It's weird.
I'm a good taxi. I follow orders.
I think we're sensing a theme here with the wandering accents.
Oh.
Oh, there's a telltale sign. Let's turn off the headlights. That's not suspicious at all.
Perhaps I shouldn't have worn tap shoes to this.
This sounds like this actually looks like a scene where you'd need like interior monologue to just
You
appear.
take your handle, eh? Please, Darko.
I don't think any of these people have an interior monologue.
I think we heard the interior monologue.
Like a snake.
Well, God blimey, we got the oil man, didn't we? Besides, the chink ain't in my contract.
You have just written yourself a new contract.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm a taxi driver, not a lawyer.
He's hanging out the side. He's a scrub.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody got that reference.
Sorry, Barbara.
A scrub is a guy hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me.
But hey,
We don't-
the woman don't want no scrubs, so you know.
Yeah, we
That's
do not
right.
have the same definition of a scrub. No.
Suppose he cut down a side street.
There are none of them for over a mile.
He can't get no love
He'd
from me.
dodge into a building.
That's
No,
right.
he runs in panic to get away. He wants to get away as far as possible.
How can you be so sure?
Why don't you just drive
I'm an
faster or
expert
run
on
him
panic.
over or something?
In the camps,
No one's in
they
a
used to
hurry
run
here
blind
Is-
with
all.
guns
He's
anywhere
totally
from
disconnected from reality. He's
They're
running in a
the
panic.
long,
I've seen Henry solve it. There's no
black
running.
buildings without any windows. They would
He's
read
taking
the
a-
signs,
an
state
evening
the
stroll.
gas, but they could only read them when they were inside the buildings.
Hey, look, Darko. Hey, let's forget about this Oriental, eh? I mean, let's just track him and find out who he is and then set him up later, you know, like the other one.
You are sweating, Hobart. It must be a warm night.
No, I can't remember what accent I'm supposed to have.
Line.
The director keeps pressuring him, you know, whenever they cut. It's like, keep the fucking accent. Come on.
It's not Zen. You're not. The German is contagious.
Why are they not shooting?
Yeah.
Come on, get out!
Well, there goes my escape plan.
Yeah, but I'm leaving the meter running.
Yeah.
11:35 p.m. I'm being followed by two men in a dark alleyway.
Slowly.
We don't seem to know what the hell they're doing.
In there and cover the roof.
But he's gone in there.
He's frightened to death, I told you. He's trying to hide. He'll
He's
run
not
back down
frightened.
and
He
I'll be
didn't look
waiting.
frightened.
And this time, Hobart,
No.
no error.
There goes the party. Look who showed up.
no error.
Hello, Andrew.
Finally, Andrew can see some real cinema.
I'll need to see some ID first.
Yeah.
Jump scare loading. Oh
R2
no.
is here.
Hey R2.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything.
Ah yes, the framing.
That is good.
That is you know, just another thing to tell us that this is a movie about closeted gayness.
Man, the whole crew showed up tonight. I feel so
It's
special.
downright Hitchcockian.
What's up, Blue?
Jump.
Hey Cynic.
Save the assassin the time and effort.
Come on, let's see the fighting.
Jesus. Make sure you
You're
film
making
it
me
all.
wish for the exposition dump again.
Yeah, it's like what nothing is like no one's moving, nothing's happening. So slow.
When you're little kids and you put on a play for your parents or whatever, you don't have a script or anything, but you have a cap gun and you're like, and then I turn this way.
Oh my gosh. It's Batman.
coming?
What the?
No, wait. Please, wait. Wait. Kill my friend, you know you say please. I didn't kill him. I was just a driver. Look, I'll tell you anything you want to know, and you just take that knife away. Do us a favor. Take that knife away, will you?
Try to relax. Come on now. Relax a bit. Here, have a cigarette.
Want to put your feet up? Cup of coffee?
Relax.
A
Amyl
cigarette
nitrate?
filled with cyanide. Boom.
Who are you?
I asked the question, now you answer.
Man, this dude has had a rough
You
night.
don't look to me like a fella who runs.
Often you run away from a man in order to catch him. Now, what did you know about my friend?
Gonna end it staring at Henry Silver.
Only that he was an oil man.
Look at those eyes.
His name was
Man.
McAllister.
Do you know why his death was ordered?
No.
How did you find him?
They just told me he was flying into London. I followed him.
They? The people who hired you?
Yeah.
Who are they?
I don't know.
Where do they get their
Only God
shirts?
knows.
What do they have for breakfast?
You mean you work for somebody you don't know? Well, that's hard to believe.
Man,
Look at the man
that's
you work with
like
tonight.
his stare is so.
He's
I
searching
just
for you
died.
downstairs. He thought you'd run in there in panic.
You mean he's waiting for me to come out of a building with one entrance?
And I go here.
Jump.
You go there.
Bang.
Yes.
I shot him in the back from the front.
Yes.
That's a hell of a ricochet. Dead shot there.
It's like some Kenobi level shit.
The eyes, Chico, they never lie.
Henry Silva's eyes don't say a damn thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I always kind of felt like Henry Silva was
Insane.
Dollar Tree Anthony Perkins. He just has
kinda.
that same sort of
Yeah, that
face.
gaunt, that thin
Yeah.
gaunt face. When he got older, he really started looking bizarre.
yeah.
Mhm.
No. AIDS will do that to you.
And his speech. Everything was very over the top. It's like the cackling skull from Scooby Doo.
Ah, yes. Grand Theft Auto.
It's all right. The driver won't need it.
Nothing like a little bit of GTA to end the night.
Wait till he realizes the meter's running.
He's basically the worst assassin ever.
Well, these are pretty shit targets, too.
Right.
You don't have to brief me much. After you called me to meet you here at the cover office, I stopped for coffee and read all about it.
Why does he have an ad for Norse soups on his wall?
I don't know. There's
It's
another
code.
soup one in the center of the frame there, too.
But if it was Alberto VO5, I could understand it. But
You know,
Product
did you check
placement.
Scotland Yard?
They came up empty in McAllister's hotel room.
Any fingerprints on the cab?
Just yours and a lot of smudges and nothing on the briefcase either. That was a close one last night.
I'm alive because I decided to walk. 2 professionals in a stolen cab.
McAllister give you anything on the Persian oil mess?
He said he was going to give me a complete rundown this morning. I'd like a look at his personal effects.
Man, his face,
something.
there's
Homicide
just
is a
something
yard
so
matter.
weirdly
The
terrifying
Persian oil
about it.
case is ours.
It's like an anvil with
I'll set a
eyes.
meeting with Chief Inspector Marlowe this afternoon.
that's why he always plays bad guys like later in life. He is just creepy.
When the
Yeah.
time came, I couldn't return the favor. All I can do
My
now
God.
is to get his killer.
Anything on him?
He's
a
also
name,
on like
Doug.
a Robert
Probably a
Patrick
nickname
level
or
of
an
never
alias.
blinking.
Dark.
He's like a mix of
Probably.
Palance
Can check his
and
mark
Perkins.
in the foreign agents.
Yeah, very
Mm.
I'll
Palance.
check that
And
name in our
Perkins, yeah, you're right.
European moniker nickname file.
Beef Hungaria.
A nickname file?
Here's one.
Here's a recipe
I
for
think
goulash.
we hit pay dirt, Moto. Here's the name.
Goulash.
Rather a
It
sleepy
is Mr.
character.
Booger Eater.
Real name Engel. Helmut Engel.
Dun, dun,
Check an
dun.
Engel in the mug book. E-N-G-E-L.
In the mark book.
That's the man.
Helmut Engel.
I love how they had to show it to us.
Wanted by the War Crimes Commission for murder.
We're all like, yep, that's the
In
guy.
case you forgot.
We
Lift it
saw
up
him.
so we can see it in the camera. Yep. Keep it there for 2 seconds. All right, we're good.
The focus puller was on it, man.
Next time, idiot, the job cannot be botched. I've told you, the Oriental will die. How is my affair?
But when is ours? And now that we know
Our
his
affair?
identity, it must be soon.
The last night mistake was not my fault. The driver was made of
It's an
clay.
open relationship.
Blame Hobart for your mistakes, imbecile. A simple, uncomplicated murder. For this we choose the best, the great Dargo. A juvenile fresh out of reform school could have done better.
What?
You've insulted my honor, sir.
Can't hit me. Can't hit me.
In the stomach, Macalesco, one dies very thirsty and slowly, like a plant drying out in the Sahara sun. In the old days, I heard the screams, like music of a happy, gay polka.
Gay. Gay.
Yep.
I make polka music.
I would suggest that we sit
Please,
down.
dear God, not polka
and
music.
stop
Shoot me.
behaving like a United Nations assembly.
Ozzy is right. As in war, we do not waste our blood. We let the enemy waste his.
In our group, many countries are represented. In order to rid themselves of their hate, periodically these countries fight. We cannot afford.
What
this
the hell is this dialogue?
Do we understand each other? Yes.
I'm so lost
this?
already.
The bird.
I don't even
Like,
know
this
what's
is well.
happening.
That is the state.
I'm gonna have to start
Well,
taking
the
notes.
major
Jesus
oil
Christ.
fields. Our agents
We
in
started
Tehran
with
and
a
Shiraz report that
oil
sabotage
well
is
on
going according to
fire.
plan.
With a bit
Yeah.
of oil out of the Middle East, others will follow.
Man,
Precisely,
at least
Magda,
this
with
isn't
our
worse
help,
than
of course.
The Invisible Ghost.
Already
I
the
watched that with
Shaddad,
Bela
the chief
Lugosi.
executive of
Man,
Wadi Shamar.
incomprehensible.
I've seen it. But
Absolutely
it's been a while.
incomprehensible. Jesus.
Okay. Okay, so let's attempt amongst the four of us to in some way recap the hell is going on with this.
So
Well-
you,
well,
you've
we
got,
started
you've
with
got
an-
like yeah, go ahead, Barbara, because
We started with an oil well on fire,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
and then I don't know. We
It's in Persia. It's in Persia.
They had a conversation
Yeah.
at dinner, a very one-sided conversation.
Yeah, a conversation's a bit generous. We had a dump, an exposition dump.
We found out he's Henry Silva's from Interpol.
Mhm.
Yes. McAllister, who's the man who was shot, works for the oil company. The fire was set in their Persian number 4 oil well that burned for 100 days and could have burnt for 100 years, whatever the hell it was. They are trying. The problem with that is that our leases are coming up and we can't renew them because
Wow,
fire
well,
bad. We then have Herr Schmuck and his wandering accent driver waiting outside to kill McAllister. Oh, because Arabian Prince was talking on the phone with his knife and reported McAllister's flight information. So they tracked him from there. Then it starts to get a little surreal. So Herr Schmuck shoots McAllister and apparently shoots Moto, but nah, bro, it was just a contact high because he fell down with not actually being shot. He then gets up, does the very interesting run for about 10 steps, and then decides to take a leisurely stroll. The Herr Schmuck and his wandering accent driver, who also suddenly gets the flop sweats, are driving behind them, describing how he's fleeing, which in no way actually reflects the way he's fleeing. He then ducks into building. Herr Schmuck sends the driver up with the revolver with a silencer, which has all kinds of problems already. They then have an alleged fight. The driver is out of breath, apparently because he doesn't have power steering in the cab, and it's very exhausting to drive the 2 blocks that they drove. He then gets shot in the back from the front and falls off of the building.
I don't even think they were driving. They were like coasting in neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got to steer. That's the
Yeah,
thing. And without power steering, that's slow speed steering. That's the worst kind. Moto then goes to visit French guy
Yes.
who has the book of nicknames. So whatever the kids were calling you in third grade, that shit's written down, and he knows it. He also, for some reason, has ads on his wall
for foodstuffs.
For food stuff.
More
And he has
mix
like
and-
the perfect headshot of the guy that they're looking for.
Yeah,
next to the
yeah.
nickname showed properly in front of the camera.
I did see that clearly. Yes.
Now
we're
Herr
here.
Schmuck is talking to people
the UN,
of,
I guess.
of a international crime peace war organization. The hell?
Jockeying for social position like 6-year-olds on a playground.
Yeah, he threatens the fat man with a polka.
The gay polka.
The gay polka, the forbidden dance. And Slim over here is apparently either a high-ranking member or the head of whatever the hell organization we're dealing with here. Is that correct thus far?
Yes, but that doesn't help at all.
Yeah, I didn't say that it was enlightening. I was merely asking for correctness.
Yes, factually correct.
Okay, so my senses have been functioning this time. All right.
Has
Release
informed
the whatever
he
the hell.
does not wish to renew their leases. And when he arrives in London shortly, he will sign with us.
Why are you certain?
Because I am his personal secretary, and I can exercise certain influences.
You mean he trusts you?
In a few years, our organization will control every major oil lease in the Persian Gulf. From there, the rest of the world.
So it's a profit deal.
But right now,
The rest of the world. He's saying
It's
this
the
like a
scepter.
cartoon villain.
The scepter.
Yeah.
Man, some of these shots, they should learn how when to cut. Because
No,
Jesus.
show it all. Otherwise, I don't believe they actually drove there.
Yeah.
A sign of high budget, not cutting the camera.
We've had a little on the Beta oil case, but not much, as you can see, of the yard's cup of tea. After all, Persia is a few kilometers from here.
McAllister's death brings it right up to your front doorstep, doesn't it, Inspector Marlowe?
Yes, it looks that way.
What's this Foreign Office memo on an oil conference coming up shortly?
Routine security request. The yard covers any government meeting involving foreign delegates.
Oil conservation. They're trying to come up with a plan to conserve the world's oil reserves.
It'll fizzle out, of course. You can't get more than 2 nations to agree on anything.
Who's going to represent Persia at the conference?
The list is in the file somewhere.
You are.
Oh, yes.
Is it the CIA?
United
His
States,
acting is so
France,
stiff.
Great Britain,
Yeah, it's
Japan. It's not much of a list.
I don't think most nations look upon oil as one of the world's major problems at the moment.
How did
This does not age well.
no.
I was just about to make a comment about the cheap shoji screens they have planted around, and that happened. Oh my goodness.
A government meeting involving foreign delegates.
Oil conservation. They're trying to come up with a plan to conserve the world's oil reserves.
It'll fizzle out, of course. You can't get more than 2 nations to agree on anything.
Who's going to represent Persia at the conference?
The list is in the file somewhere.
Yeah, that OPEC thing, it'll never work out.
Oh, yes. United States, France, Great Britain, Japan. It's not much of a list.
I don't think most nations look upon oil as one of the world's major problems at the moment.
McAllister was to attend for the United States.
I'm sorry.
Who will
I'm so-
replace him?
Did he make a mistake in the cue cards or something? It's like, no, that was the last one. Somebody forgot to switch it on you.
David Lennox, chairman of the board of Beta Oil. He's flying over today or tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Representing the Middle East, the Shardar of Wadi Shamar.
Sounds like a
Mecca lecca. Hi,
Hi, Mecca. Hello.
Shamalama ding dong.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, it's like Team America word with Durka Durka Muhammad Jihad, man.
It's where they
He's bringing his shapoopy.
Yard cooperation on this matter.
You mean because of this ruddy Gunga Din chap?
This Rory Gunga Din chap controls the Beta oil leases. The only possible motive for McAllister's death or the trouble in Persia is the renewal of the Beta oil leases.
I'll assign Halliday from Special Branch to work with you. He's a good man. Can I drop you off somewhere, Ginelli?
No,
Nobody
thanks,
gets shot
Inspector.
like
I'll
Halliday.
stay here and check McAllister's suitcase with Moto.
You won't find anything my people didn't. We've been in this business quite a while, you know.
Good afternoon, Inspector.
What do you mean, yo people?
And on that note, I'm still trying to resolve, like, obviously we're supposed to think that he's Japanese, but they haven't really blatantly said anything about it.
Yeah, in what way am I supposed to think he's Japanese? He doesn't. There's no accent. He doesn't.
In what way am I supposed to think that he's human? Look at the soulless eyes.
I mean,
the
there's that.
weird-shaped face,
Well, maybe
like
that's how
his
they're
feet.
trying to say he's Japanese.
Well, clearly they can't work on his
Foul ball.
And Andrew does make a point. He is clearly Oriental. Henry Silva is, if nothing else, inscrutable.
Better check this out.
Just an ordinary carton of cigarettes? Why?
McAllister didn't smoke.
Idiot.
Brought to you by Philip Morris.
Ah, yes. Now show them going away.
Dude.
Jesus, man.
What are you doing?
Yeah, cause cancer. I can't stand the damn thing.
There's something in this one.
Tobacco.
It's a tube of
Tobacco.
some sort.
You light it on fire.
Expecting anybody?
No.
Ask them if they'd like a cigarette.
Yes?
Jonathan Westring here.
Not a fan.
Being a bit cautious today, aren't we, Ginelli?
My friend Moto had a busy night, Westring.
So I heard. Glad he's still with us.
Hello.
Moto, this is Jonathan Westring, British intelligence. He and I have worked a few cases in the past.
It's like a showdown.
Indirectly, I'm working on this case with you people, so I thought I'd come by and pay my respects.
Why is British intelligence involved?
This
What do you
oil
mean,
meeting
you
is to be held at
people?
Westring Manor, so somewhat naturally, the Foreign
You know,
Office asked me to
incompetent.
Why is Moto wearing a
So you're the
smoking
famous
jacket?
Lord Westring's son.
Oh, he
Second
looks
son.
pretty good. I mean,
Your father's death last year was a
Yeah,
great
he's
loss
trying
the
to look
world.
human.
Yeah.
Can't you see?
he always puts it on before he tears up a carton of cigarettes. It's just,
Exactly.
it gets him in the mood.
Although I must admit, being the son of a leading world statesman has its drawbacks. Father's footsteps were difficult to follow.
I can understand that.
Any leads on last night's trouble?
We know who killed McAllister. A man named Helmuth Engel, alias Dargo.
That's quick work. You found him yet?
No, but we will.
We are primarily interested in finding the people who hired him.
Anything that will affect our end, the conference, I mean. Be most embarrassing for the British government if anything irregular were to occur.
Man,
To
his
break
skull
this
is
case would
sturdy
embarrass
looking.
anybody.
Which one?
Like, how you
Well,
Yeah,
take
that's
a
what I was
wrench.
going to say.
I have to meet this fellow Lennox, who's replacing McAllister, and as the unofficial host
It's the
of that
clash of the
portfolio,
Titans.
I'm in
Two
charge of the
extraterrestrials
Red
trying to
Carpet.
look
Well,
human. You know?
And if you need any additional help,
They
on
booked
this
them for the
case,
same movie
please
without
let me know.
realizing.
I'll
It's
do
the
that.
Greys versus the Reptiloids.
If I don't see him eat a live mouse, I'm not getting my money back.
Go full V. Go full V.
So you're telling me this dude, like Henry Silva is his name, he's been in a ton of movies.
Yes.
Thousands.
Jesus, has he always looked like this?
Yes. It gets worse as he gets older.
Yeah,
my
he's always
God.
looked like that, but
A
he's
joint.
not always.
Oh.
He's not always so flat.
That's what I thought.
It's the reefer. They want to make us mad.
Yeah.
Mad, I
It's
tell
a
you.
code of some kind.
The last two sequences contain letters. DL 423.
Don't move. Don't move.
SWS,
So that the focus puller could do his job perfectly.
I love how it's
What level will you want?
I love how it's
Obviously,
perfectly
you
straight while he's
something
holding it with
important
one
enough
hand
to
and
code and conceal
curled
rather
with
than
two.
fully.
No.
Here, let's hold on this again so the audience can write this shit down in a darkened theater and try and
Okay.
figure out the code.
Chat, remember this. 1,
Yeah.
4, 2.
I've got
I think
it.
we need more
It's drink
information on
more
Beta oil.
Ovaltine.
Drink your
We're gonna have a
Ovaltine.
chat
Son of a
with,
bitch.
Chairman of the board, Phil.
More driving. Yay.
Well, it's nice to see
Europe
you.
is on the
Mr.
move.
Lennox, but I wish the circumstances could have been more pleasant. The terrible thing about your man McAllister.
Yes, terrible. Have you caught his killer yet?
It's amazing how that cigar stoke doesn't move, even though his swing is open on his door. And they're doing about 60 miles an hour.
The amount of money that sold this
Listen,
case, Mr. West.
physics didn't exist at that
Well, that
time.
was one of our topics. I think it was also a
But how
close
smooth and quiet is the ride, even with
It
the
was
wind?
invented in the 1970s. This is
I'll arrange a meeting with Mr. Moto.
This CG is shit.
He's the Interpol man on the case.
Are you a policeman too, Mr. Westring?
Hello, Miss Powell.
Well,
Intelligence is my speciality. Although
Ooh,
my father...
speciality.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, stupidity is mine.
beautiful.
Have you been to London before?
No, I haven't.
If Mr. Lennox doesn't keep you
Everybody
too
in this
busy
movie's
being a
got like the
secretary,
best skull.
I hope I'll have the pleasure of showing you around.
Oh, well, I'd love that.
Oh, I'd love that
Mr.
too.
Lennox McAllister told you something that might be important to the case. Have you thought about it?
I don't know what to think. I know that he drew a blank on our Persian problem.
That situation is
Every
quite
time we see him, he just pulls the
Very
cigar out of his mouth and then he
You
says,
know he could
"Ah,
ruin
yes."
Peter Oil if the trouble isn't stopped.
One, yeah, sure. I'd give it a
People
one.
think that
Hell,
McAllister's
I'd
death
give her
is
one.
tied in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to Moto, there's no doubt of it. Of course, there can be many reasons for murder. Gambling, women, dets, and so on.
Homosexuality.
McAllister. He was a
You
great
forgot
guy.
closeted.
Closeted, yes.
Yeah.
The best kind.
Ah, yes. This movie should be like a walking and driving compilation. Just have, look at that walk, man. You can't. He's not you, but
He's been sitting there that whole time?
you could never convince me that this man is human.
It's like a French new wave Koyaanisqatsi. People traveling and moving, and
Yeah.
things happening, kind of.
Looking at longingly.
Now this feels like a.
Man, they complain about games being walking simulators. Jesus,
Oh
what?
yeah. A driving simulator too. I mean, dude, isn't this guy supposed to be like a Interpol agent? Wouldn't you pick up on a tail?
Yeah, all of them are just the worst at their jobs.
It doesn't even look like he's driving.
Oh,
Oh,
she got him at the door
All right.
prize.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, Ginelli. Listen, I owe you a spaghetti dinner.
I hate
what the?
And a reach
I better get
around.
going.
Maybe I'd better go with you.
You guys
You
eat
shouldn't be out
spaghetti, right?
alone.
I'll try to be more careful next time.
They want you real bad. There
Yeah,
must
this
be
dude is an
desperate
alien,
guys
man.
like
Wait,
that in broad
is this guy
daylight.
supposed to be Italian?
Just a little bit careless.
I think he's
Keep in
supposed to
touch.
be. His accent keeps
state of
slipping in
health
and out.
may-
Exactly. I was like, is he French? Is he Italian? I don't know.
What's the matter, you accent?
All we know is he deserves a spaghetti dinner now.
Yeah, we also know that Moto is highly racist because he assumes all Italians like spaghetti. That's what they eat.
Mm-hmm.
Cancelled.
Moto, my dear fellow, your timing's perfect. David Lennox has just flown in from the States, wants to talk to you about the McAllister affair.
Fine, I want to talk to him too.
Come along.
This delivery
How's
is
that
something
timing,
else.
Mr. Lennox? Mr. Moto wants to see you too.
This is like just
Mr.
time
Powell?
killing
Mr. Powell? Mr.
the
Lennox?
movie.
Mr. Moto.
I'll come straight to the point, Mr. Moto. I want you to get the guy that killed McAllister. Money's no object, just get him.
I mean, the movie is a metaphor for closeted
Understand me,
gamers
Mr.
because
Moto?
look at the
Get
way
it,
it just
dead or
keeps us edging all the
I'm sure
time, you
Mr.
know?
Moto understands.
And the total repression of any expression
Thank
of emotion.
As soon as I heard that McAllister had been murdered, I hopped the first plane over here to see that this case got some fast action. That's what I want, Mr. Moto. Speed, action.
3 branches of law enforcement.
Well, I'm your man if you want some fast action.
Great, get them all on it. Get
This
Sam
dude should have
Spade
played the
shadow
Terminator. If it was made back in the 60s.
I've
It
been in
would be
this
great.
racket since Tulsa was a tank town, and I've never let a friend down yet.
Well, that's commendable.
And when you do get this guy, just give me 5 minutes alone with him, will you?
I think you better leave that matter to us.
Ah, nonsense.
Henry Silva looks like he's modeling, not
getting on
acting.
in
Like
years,
he thinks he's on a
What was
camera.
the war movie that Henry Silva was in?
Please leave me out of
Jeez, how many could there be?
It's like I was thinking it was maybe a Korean War movie. more like
Well,
the
yes,
sergeant
he
gets
is
killed or something like
Oriental,
that.
you know. He is
Well, obviously,
Oriental,
yeah.
so-
But no, he was on the American side for some reason.
God, she's beautiful.
Yeah, classically beautiful. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This, Mr. Lennox?
I hired her because she's as pretty as a new oil well. Keeps a fella young.
I've been on oil rig sites, and that is not the compliment that I would use.
Oh, certainly. Miss Powell.
How tall is Henry Silva?
Well,
He
Mr.
looks
Moto,
tall.
what's on your mind?
You embarrassed?
Yeah, he's probably like 6'4", I'm betting.
You catch on. All right, my friend, what have you got?
Now, this sequence of numbers mean anything to you? We found it hidden in McAllister's personal effects.
No, it means nothing to me. Why, you figure it's important?
Vital.
Thank you for your help.
McAllister was onto something.
Bye.
Those numbers are the key.
Which Steven Seagal movie was Henry Silva in?
Oh man, I don't know.
I think it's Above the Law.
We use
Somebody
numbers
Where he's
as
the CIA
MVP
guy
app.
that does the chemical interrogation stuff.
And simplifies our inventory.
How does it work?
We have a master code book. For example, 98 is a drilling rig in Borneo. When the boys have any trouble, all they do is to cable the head office with a number, and we know what parts to ship and where. As a matter of fact, McAllister introduced this system when he first joined Beta Oil. But don't you get carried away, Mr. Moto.
I just Googled Henry Silva to see what he looked like when he was older. He looks like a skeleton prop.
Happy Halloween, ladies.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh man, he looked rough.
Our numbers only go up to 1,000. Not to hundreds of thousands like that list there.
What is the number 423?
Well, it's a pipeline in the Borneo field. Why?
423 has the letters DL in front of it. Now, it could just be a coincidence. But those are your initials, aren't they?
Sure.
I guess, yeah. What a coincidence.
Oh, she's back. Thank God.
Beautiful, Mr. Moto.
The young lady seems to approve of our little cottage.
I don't blame her.
Would you like the half-crown tour?
Thank you, another time. I just came out to say goodbye.
Did Lennox give you anything new?
Oh, just a little.
I'd like to hear about anything that might affect our conference next week. Downing Street gets a bit crotchety if these foreign meetings don't go off as planned.
We'll try to protect Downing Street's sense of humor.
I say, that looks rather official.
That is the only copy of our inventory book we brought with us, Mr. Moto. Got it with your life.
Rather an unfortunate choice of words.
Only one copy?
My life's
You
had
couldn't
twice
make a
as little value
second?
lately.
It's so
How are you
valuable.
getting back to town?
We only have
I've ordered a
one.
cab.
I won't hear of it. My chauffeur will drive you.
So, are we ever going to like Persia? Or...
Not
No.
likely.
Persia will come to
6:05
us.
PM. Oh yeah. Visit Persia before Persia visits you.
Exactly.
6:05
You know what this is
PM.
missing?
Map.
You know what this is missing, Adam?
Yes?
Chunkina.
Chunkina
Oh,
is
yeah.
the cruise through, yeah. Maybe she's in the drawer
You're
instead
Mr.
of a
Murdoch?
gun.
Yes?
Chief Inspector Marlowe's putting on the oil case with you.
Please, come on in.
Thank you, sir. Sorry I missed
Look
you
at
this
Persia.
afternoon,
Is
Mr. Yard.
anything going to happen? Are we going anywhere?
all
Dude,
right.
that
You know
dude,
anything
he
about
looks like
codes?
Code.
What is it with the weird heads?
Photography.
he looks
That's one
like
thing.
what's his name?
Yes,
Kevin
well, perhaps
Spacey.
that'll keep.
Yes.
Something's come up and we have a
Oh
date.
yeah, he
that's-
does have a bit of,
With a broken nose?
Yeah.
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 An informer called
And
in
a
from
flatter
Waterfront
head.
Dive.
Yeah, and a bizarre
Nothing worth
head.
checking.
Date.
Yeah, bizarre next to Henry Silva.
Are you with me, sir?
It's like someone poured a bowl of noodle soup
Oh, yes,
on him.
yes, of course.
Oh, this chap said he had some information for us. Most important, he said.
There we go.
Ooh, that's a
Oh,
nice
all
shot.
right.
I like it.
Hey.
Yeah, Persia.
No, it's disappointing.
Oh.
Milk pills.
You're not shaking anything, man.
Ollie Palmer wants his shoes back. The fuck?
It's an elf at the North Pole with really cold feet.
My God, why is this shot going on for so long? It was like they had the actress. They were like, yeah, we need to use her fully. Ah.
Well, there's something happening here, but still nothing is happening.
Yeah.
I mean, you can shake it all you want, but nothing's going to fall out of that.
Yeah. Like, give us Salma Hayek and From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Had some snakes and stuff, some feet too, no problem.
And a
What you want?
BMI.
Her, on the other hand.
Brandy.
2 brandies, please.
Know about the wig, but yeah, that checks out.
Are they redoing this shot again of her going to walk
It's the
through?
same shot.
Ah.
Where's this guy?
Oh, he'll be showing
It's a girl, Henry.
No, he's looking for the guy.
No.
Closeted gayness.
Yep.
He's made his decision.
Maybe he's just not assuming pronouns.
Man, the server should be the one shaking some stuff.
Exactly. She's got something to shake.
For real.
I don't think your man's gonna make it.
I'll take 2 milkshakes, please.
He'll turn up. Relax.
Oh, yes, some cognac. Oh.
What country are we in? Are we still in Europe?
I don't know. I guess it's just like a Persian restaurant or something.
Except, I don't think belly dancing is from Persia. I think it's Turkish.
It's in the 1960s. It was just exotic. There we go.
Exactly.
From the country of exotic.
Those pesky Orientals.
Mm-hmm. Black lives are black bones. The girl is just shaking bones.
Yeah, it's like a bag of elbows and knees just being shook violently.
You're bright.
Like somebody sat on a boggle
You're on
game.
holiday. You're
The
getting
noise
brighter.
isn't coming from the pearls that she's wearing.
Now you've got the whole picture. Move through the archway.
Okay. You're the boss.
Is that a metaphor?
That definitely is a metaphor.
Adam, I'd like to move through your archway.
Later.
What the?
It's all right, folks. It's just a disorderly drunk.
Man, if
yeah,
there was
he sounds Persian.
If there's ever a time and place to be a criminal, it's with these lunkheads.
They look
Take them to the
boxes,
cleaners.
empty boxes, crates.
Yep, called it.
Any
Yep.
problem?
It's a breeze. Good work, chap. What about Halliday?
I didn't kill him. Bad business knocking off yard people.
They're gonna leave him with a bomb ready to go off, or what's gonna happen here? They'll leave him alone with something.
No, they'll have to question him vigorously.
Can I take him?
Don't be so eager, Dargo.
He enjoys his work, was he?
We want to interrogate him first.
Everything arranged?
The Wadi Shamar people arrive tomorrow. The American came in today, along with the German and French delegates tonight. Japanese ambassador called and said their men would be along shortly. All right. Dargo, wake him up. That's all, Chapel.
Today.
Oh, wait, so they are supposed to be like in Persia, right? Isn't that where the UN thing was supposed to happen?
I saw those cars driving. Maybe they drove there. I don't know.
What are they doing?
I mean, oil isn't a problem, so yeah, they might have.
Learned about the Persian oil affair.
Are they trying to make him burp like a child?
I don't need any middleman.
He swallowed a Beyblade.
I don't know anything.
It wasn't polite.
Well, if that's torture, then, sign me up. No
Drago
problem.
doesn't mind.
Kill him.
In my own way and in my own time.
Mm-hmm.
First, he must polka.
Mm-hmm. The power of Christ compels you. We have to exercise Henry Silva.
You're going for a swim.
Ah.
No, swimming.
Jesus, they could have transitioned to him directly being at the fucking...
I love water sports.
Now they're worried about time.
This is the lightest kind. That concrete will help you float.
Listen, at least he's going to some very soothing jazz music.
That's fair.
Smooth Persian jazz.
So I guess no one saw the knife.
No.
It looked like someone was cutting into the bag the way they cut
Yeah.
that. To go. Job done. Who wants a beard?
Ooh, he was gassy.
I need an old priest again, priest and a burlesque.
Don't we all?
The ambulance doctor said no bones were broken, but they could have fooled me.
This is the real Jim Halliday.
This is like one of the biggest plot holes
have
I've
been
seen.
used
The
up
thing
earlier.
just survives. Okay.
Looks like we made it
fine.
one more time.
And you can tell he struggled because his suit is wrinkled.
Yeah.
Contact the newspapers.
He didn't go for the Hagar.
Body fished out of Thames, identified as I.A. Moto, then a nice obituary. You've done quite a bit in your time. They're running the death story on page 1.
Would you mind telling me what your plan is?
Janelli,
It must be one hell of a slow news day if they're running his death on page 1.
5'8", 140 pounds. See what you can dig up on him.
Subtle.
He play host tonight?
He seemed to be one of the leaders. Holiday, let's get over to my flat. We still have an awful lot of work to do tonight.
I have a call into the Japanese
You know what
ambassador.
I mean.
I'll wait here for it.
Japanese ambassador?
I'm going to attend that oil conference as his personal representative.
That's going to be one of the most difficult cases of all times. What's starting off to be a small thing?
Wait a minute. The light on my desk was on before I left tonight.
That was the worst scream ever.
What the devil are you doing?
Do you always enter a room like that?
Maxine. Did he hurt you?
No, I don't think so.
I'd
My
be
dignity
scared
is
if
in
Henry
awful
Silver
shape.
just hops
It looks
into the
fine
room and
from
just
here.
looks at me like that says, "Did he hurt you?" It's like,
Maxine
Jesus,
Powell?
man.
This is Inspector Holiday.
Would you like him to hurt you?
Hello.
Oh,
I'm
hell
sorry,
no. I'd run away.
Okay, we're gonna have to pause for just a moment
Are you in the habit?
because Fiona is at least as lost as we are. She has.
Oh, okay, all right.
Didn't they just drown him? Okay, well,
Well,
Technically, yes, but
yes, but see what there was a very brief about 2-second shot where he stuck a knife through the burlap sack before he was thrown out into the water with the concrete blocks and all that, and then he just showed up with a wrinkled suit in the next scene.
and yeah, now we're here.
and now we're here.
Wandering around strange men's apartments?
Mr. Moto is not strange. We're friends.
Yes, we're friends.
It's a habit you ought to break. You could lose either your health or your honor.
Yeah, R2 the White is starting to see the Ahsoka parallels.
The building
Piecing
manager, I
this
told him it
together.
was urgent and that I'd wait. But finally, I figured you wouldn't be back here tonight, and I was just getting ready to leave when this steamroller rolled in.
No lasting harm done.
Here, I'm supposed to give you this. It's a list of the key Beta Oil executives. Mr. Lennox thought it might be of some use.
Did anyone
Andrew's
besides
also
Lennox know
lost.
you were coming here tonight?
No.
I don't think it's the
so.
movie's
Why?
fault.
They think they killed me tonight. I want them to keep on thinking it. Will you help us on this case?
Well, yes, in any way I can.
I want you to spread the word among conference delegates that you have important information on the Vito Oil case. Will you do that?
Now, just a minute, Moto. Using her as bait could get a little sticky.
I don't want you to let her out of your sight.
Well, with this steamroller on my side, I'll take my chances.
Good girl. Just say that the information will be given at the proper time.
Oh, you want someone to make a move?
You have the makings of a good agent.
Well, it...
No, she's just used to having people make moves
Yes, it
on her.
might be, but I somehow doubt it. I gave my people this number in case something came up.
Good.
Halliday? Yes.
We love you, Andrew.
Just a minute. It's the Arabian Nights stakeout. The place closed half an hour ago. 3 men just came out, 2 Arabs and a big man.
Those are 3 of the men we're after. What about Dargo?
He could still be in there. My boys radioed this in, and it was...
I love how Big Man excludes Arabs.
Yeah,
No
I was
change in
trying to
orders.
put that together in the back of my mind too. Like,
Look, Moto, if you're going into that saloon after Dargo, I'm
average
coming too.
Arabs or
Let them think that everything's going according to plan. Now
They're
that we
just
know Dargo's
exotic.
hideout, we can get him when we want him.
All right. I'll take Miss Powell back to Westring Manor. I'll tell them I've been assigned by Scotland Yard routine security.
Fine.
hold it, hold it, hold it.
Sir, more coffee, please.
There's a sale at Penny's.
Have you read the story on our friend Moto? Of course. You don't look very pleased, Magda. I did not know this assignment would call for me to be a servant. It will not be for long. I arranged it so you could be here in case of any unforeseen eventualities. Did you meet the Shah's plane? At daybreak this morning. Where's the old man now? A little respect, please. After all, he's the chief of state.
What the fuck?
Airplane
I
travel
don't-
tires him. He will join the rest of the conference delegates later in the day. I'll be glad when all this is over and done with. Patience, my friend. We are close to victory. Driving out here, the Shardar told me he will renew the oil leases with our organization, not with Beaters. In a few days, we can relax and take over the largest oil operation in the world.
The reason we're not talking is
Good
just
morning,
trying
Miss
to
Powell.
understand what the
Pleasant
fuck
night.
is
Yeah.
going on.
I'm just dumbstruck at what
I
the
know we're not exactly transforming content here, but I'm just staring at this, trying to make sense.
yeah, this
Yeah.
okay, can I get a thread of coherence? No. I presume this is the big man who is very also clearly Arab. What the hell?
Very confusing. Wow, this is just hypnotic.
You met Inspector Halliday.
How do you do, Inspector? Sir? Routine security, Scotland Yard. Of course. It's quite important to feel secure. Yes, sir. While we're on the subject, miss, I shouldn't bandy about the information you say you have. It might place you in jeopardy. Information about what?
The information I have is important to every member of the oil conference.
May I ask
I
what
say
type
so.
of information you're referring to?
Well, I really can't go into it now, Mr. Hussein, but I can tell you it has an important bearing on the Beta oil case.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think
That
the
devious
morning
look.
story worked fine.
What about Holiday? Anything from him?
He cleared it with Inspector Marlowe. So if anybody checks, he's en routine security assignment at Westering Manor. I
Okay.
think he's enjoying securing the Powell girl.
Okay, hands up who wants to watch us at 2x speed, because I'm
He's already dropped a few tidbits to the
clearly
delegate.
not
So far,
gaining
no
anything by
action.
paying attention.
I want them to make their move at that conference. And if we bug them enough, they will. Did you
Okay.
find out anything about Wazir Hussein?
Wazir.
What,
Wazir
Fuzzy Wazir
Hussein?
was a
Special
Z.
member
What?
of Wadi Shamar government.
Fuzzy Waza
Assistant to the
wasn't clean.
Shadra. He's in a beautiful spot to sell the old boy out. Also the latest owner of that joint, the Arabian Nights.
That was just his front. What about the Japanese ambassador?
He'll cooperate, but said to please not do anything to embarrass his government.
I'll try not to.
Here's your identification portfolio. You are due at Westering Manor this afternoon. Your name is Takura.
Did they instruct like Henry Silva to do minimal movement at all?
Yeah,
in
this
that
is
scene?
this really it's the origin of Filoni's directing. Okay. I need no emotion. I would need a long pause between everything you say. No expression whatsoever.
When you do say things, they're just piled on other things, and we're going somewhere else.
Yeah, just speak incoherently and make it sound like you're saying something.
Instead of the direction of faster, sadder, it's slower, more pensive.
Mm-hmm.
Could you
Yeah, it's the
fold some
antithesis of react content. React less. No, not harder, softer. There's no reacting. We just need XQC like in the corner, like eating a bowl of ramen or something.
Less is more.
Mr.
No more or
Takura,
less.
this is indeed an honor and a very great pleasure.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to
Oh,
Westering Manor.
here we go.
You are most kind.
Here we go.
Oh, he's got the voice ready and everything.
The honor is mine. Meeting a distinguished son of a distinguished...
Oh, thank you very much. Come to here, Mr. Number One. Yes.
So, okay,
Oh.
I saw this in the trailer, and just a glimpse of him in this disguise, and I'm thinking he's already a Japanese detective who gets disguised as a Japanese something else. Like he put on that.
Well, he put on the eyebrows from the previous movie last week.
I'm so confused.
That's very kind of you, sir. Have we met before? In Tokyo, perhaps?
I think not, Mr. Westring.
Rogers, see to the luggage. Yes, sir. Come along. We're all having a drink in the drawing room.
You are most kind.
Can I get your cocktail refilled, Miss Powell?
Oh my God.
It's a lovely party, isn't it?
If you don't mind my saying so, you are the only lovely thing about it. Oh, these
Yeah, preach, brother.
Yeah.
I guess you do.
Ah, this must be the last.
It looks like a
delegate to arrive.
sausage
The
fest
Japanese
in there, man.
Excuse me a moment,
Jesus.
please.
Certainly.
Not a straight man in the bunch.
You don't have to be that nice to him, you know.
All of them are in the
I'm new with this
closet.
cloak and dagger stuff.
This is
According
the
to the
closet.
information we got from Janelli this morning, Wasi Hussein is a very dangerous man. I don't
It's a
want
walk
you to
around
interview him.
closet.
Holiday wise.
Later they get out the fish bowls, put the
Somebody else
keys
I'm
in.
doing just fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll try to be around if you need me.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It's just that, well, Wasir and the other people, they...
man,
Well,
she's
they
really
seem so
pretty.
nice.
Even for,
She really
for
is. She's got
60s
a-
Always
standards.
nice in front of
Yeah, those cheekbones.
Yeah.
She's got a Diana
Maxine,
Rigg thing
Jim, I'd
going
like you
on.
to meet Mr. Takura,
Yeah.
the Japanese
She
delegate.
has a cute nose,
Miss
too.
Powell's one of the Beta Oil representatives.
A pressure, Miss Powell.
Inspector Halliday's with Scotland.
Under pressure.
How nice for him.
Pressure
Excuse
for
me,
you,
I'll
Mitchell.
just go around and make sure that everyone's got what they want.
Maxine? Do you know a guy named Moto?
Smile, you're making small talk.
No, it is. It's Moto.
I never would have recognized you.
I'm not sure.
Well, that makes one of us.
Neither am I. The Shah and Lennox seem to be having a heated discussion.
I am Mr. Moto.
I am Mr. Moto-san. Hey.
Precisely, Mr. Lennox.
Excuse, please.
I hope the disguise is good enough.
It is.
And don't forget the name, Matahari. Takura. We don't want to blow the whole thing in the face.
Where the white woman at?
There's only one. She's right there.
There's one.
My state of Wadishama depends on your oil production.
I mean, technically, the movie's in black and white, so she's biracial, you know?
Yeah, yeah. The
I
state
go
of
for
Wadi
gray shit.
Shamar. What?
There have been no profits.
I'm sure you realize, Your Excellency, that by your decision, you could easily ruin one of the world's largest corporations.
That is unfortunate, Mr. Lennox. But if I were to continue our leases with Beta Oil, it
Who
would
is
be
that
the
guy
ruin
playing
of
the sheik? He's a
Wadishama.
character actor
My
too.
own people, I'm afraid, are more important to me than
And
Beta
he's
Oil.
I'm gonna go
Under the
with
circumstances,
some white
you
guy.
have made the
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah.
does look white.
I'm afraid
I've
so,
seen him
Mr.
in some
Weston.
crime movies.
Others will be
His
making
hands are white.
substantial
There you go.
offers for your
Yeah.
oil rights, Your Excellency. In fact, I believe your own special assistant, Wazir Hussein, has such a plan in mind.
Wazir and I have discussed his offer. It is feasible, it is fair, and he is a countryman with the interests of his people at heart. I think I will accept his offer. I believe so.
Excellency, Mr. Lennox, I have overheard your conversation. If I may humbly suggest, I believe you should reconsider.
May I ask why, Mr. Takura?
Japanese rank
feel
number
as
10
if
in
I'm
oil
having a
holdings
stroke.
in the Middle East. Since we have less to lose than any other power, we are more careful.
I don't understand, Mr. Takura.
American lady from Better Oil tells me she has certain information on the situation. Perhaps it will affect all of us. Perhaps we should listen.
Very well, Mr. Takura. We shall discuss it at our official conference tomorrow.
Perhaps, Excellency, we could complete our arrangements this evening. I have the contracts prepared for signature.
Well, let us wait until tomorrow and hear what the lady has to say. As Mr. Takura so aptly put it, my decision might affect all of us here. It is well to be cautious.
Something's happening.
Politics.
What?
Yeah.
Mr. Takura, I have the feeling that you generally play a much better game.
Yes, sir, Mr. Westring. I do not think clearly. Certain problems have arisen.
Perhaps I can be of help. After all, this is my home.
Perhaps you can.
These,
We got a
problems
lawn
you
chair, a
mentioned
can of whipped
have to
cream,
do
and some
with the
rubber
discussion
gloves.
you had with Shah of Wadishama, the Persian oil trouble.
Very much so.
I'm going to need some
And then
nipple
I gather you only
clamps
accepted my offer of a game of chess out of
and a
politeness.
12-volt battery.
Yes, sir.
I am this conference's official
Some gold
host.
bond medicated
I'd
battery.
like to be informed of any proof of criminal action.
I do not have specific proof.
Then I would suggest, Mr. Takura, that you and the young lady keep quiet until such time as you do.
R2 is great. I prefer Japanese checkers.
Checkers.
I would suggest, Mr. Takura, that you and the young lady keep quiet until such time as you do.
She's gone.
Who is gone?
The American girl, Mr. Takura.
My dear fellow, it can't be anything serious. Perhaps she's just gone out for an evening stroll.
She's
Nothing
gone,
beyond
as
that.
if she wasn't the only woman at the party.
Yeah, exactly. What other girl? But the guy who owns the house looks like the one from Monty Python that died.
What's his name?
Graham Chapman.
Graham Chapman, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, when they switch back to him, look, he looks like Graham Chapman.
Inside and out. A kid like that playing Mata Hari. If anything happens to her, I shall know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Suggest you
He does.
calm down, Mr. Halliday.
I was
Especially
afraid of
the
this very
nose.
thing happening.
Mr. Takura, would you mind telling me what all this is about?
Later, perhaps, Mr. Westering. Not now.
So that's a no.
Hello? Miss Powell, my dear girl, the people here have been absolutely frantic about you. Mr. Takura? Certainly, he's right here.
And he's ghastly.
He wants to talk to you, Mr. Takura.
Thank you.
Hi, we're calling about your
Yes?
car's extended warranty.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Takura. Can you meet me right away?
I suppose so, if it is urgent.
I've uncovered some new information regarding the Beta Oil case. It's important that I see you.
Share some new information on the Better Oil case. Very well, Miss Powell. I'll meet you. Where are you?
I'm at a place called the Arabian Nights. Can you come now?
Yes, Miss Powell. Right away.
That is good, Miss Powell. Very good.
Oh my God.
Move.
If you really wish to find out what this is all about, I suggest you join me later at a place called the Arabian Nights.
Very well.
We're bringing the Axis back.
And Mr. Lennox with you. Inspector Halliday will accompany you. He knows exactly what it is.
Getting
You
the
mean,
band
Mr.
back
Takura, you're
together.
going into this place alone?
Yes, Inspector Halliday. It is the only way.
This time we'll actually have control of the oil fields.
I'll be right back.
Thank God he brought his knife, his
Yes.
dining knife that he stole from the restaurant at the beginning of the movie.
I wonder why he wouldn't just like take off the Japanese getup to
Or-
surprise them.
Or at least the glasses so he could damn well see better.
You see foreshadowing behind the bars, behind the closet,
Yes.
locked up.
This demonstrates the cage that he has to keep his emotions in.
hmm And look, the path to
And
liberty.
then
It's over there.
through the archway.
Oh,
Jesus,
no.
man,
Oh.
take off the glasses.
It was probably the knife that caught it.
This disguise is somehow going to be a benefit if he gets caught.
Dargo.
I'm going to sing karaoke now.
Mr. Takura has risen to the bait.
Burn, baby, burn. This is pretty good lighting,
All the
Fiona-
lighting's been nice.
Yeah, it's not been.
Yeah.
It's not been terrible.
Fiona points out that they were not really good when it indicates the passage of time. They don't have to. They literally take real time. This is what it's
As it happens.
It's true. We see all the driving, all the walking, all the everything.
Yeah.
This is real life. This is drama.
This is all one shot.
I am here, Mr. Takura.
Correction.
No way you didn't see him.
And you're not Dargo.
He's lit up like a
You're
karaoke
Hamlet
singer.
Gringo.
But he's in disguise, so he couldn't recognize him.
Moto is dead.
No, Moto is alive.
He is doing a stand-up
One of
routine.
my Moto's ghosts.
But I killed you, Moto.
Do, do, do.
Right angle. Is fear turning your legs to murder? Tell me.
I am the
Moto's so
ghost
good
of
he
your
can
past,
run like
present,
a
and
rat.
future.
Moto's so good he can do it with the lights on. Sneaking around.
I will not fail, Moto. This time, you will die.
Perhaps walking on the piano wasn't his best plan.
No, Angle. This time it's you who's going to die.
This man is clearly Oriental. You know, you can just tell.
Clearly.
The mustache, you know, the glasses, everything.
I think he's more Oriental than the chief inspector we had in the last movie. I would have picked the glass right near me. That'll convince him.
Just trying to run him out of bullets. It's a good strategy. Hold on.
Moto, show yourself.
He threw it, he flicked his wrist.
He's like a fly to you. Here's Moto. These special effects shots. Those are worse than the canned stuff they use on the really cheap videos now.
One more.
I'm finished. Wallahi, Mr. Moto, I'm finished. I'm done.
Doctor, please, doctor.
Just like your driver, you also say please.
Doctor.
No, I'm an
Answers
inspector.
first, then doctor.
Fine.
Why did you kill McAllister?
Verdammter Hund.
I'll wait. I have more time.
Wasia ordered his death.
Why?
He and Wasia had big fight about splitting profits. McAllister wanted more, wanted to control things. Wasia wanted the same. And after that, they never trusted each other.
Jesus, you should be dead by now, man. What's
What?
going on?
They gained
What?
control of the
What
big
is
oil.
up with these exposition dumps?
He went from breathing heavily and almost dying. Now it's just like giving an entire monologue.
And then
How
with
long
Operation
after he
Barbossa-
gets killed.
Are you trying to say that McAllister was
Where
involved
Paul
in the
Rubin
oil
stole that bit
conspiracy?
for Buffy.
You fool.
So-
It's the truth I'm telling you. Shot, eh? Not nice to hear about an old friend.
And now he breaks into.
What was that?
He drags her behind there, walks back out. All of a sudden, you hear Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles.
Did he just?
Gentlemen, please come in. Please.
We're open.
Take chairs.
Yeah,
There's a
don't
little
pay attention
irregular,
to any
Mr.
of the
Takura.
broken stuff on the
Your
floor.
cooperation is
On the
deeply appreciated.
blood.
Excellency,
What's the idea of
Or the
dragging us
gun.
out at this time of night, Mr. Takura?
please be patient.
I trust that our patience will be rewarded.
Mr. Hussein, you especially shall be rewarded.
Where's Maxine?
To the storeroom. May I ask where Mr. Westering is?
He said he was following in another car.
Very well.
Say, can we have some light?
In due time.
Maxine, are you all right?
I have never been so glad to see anyone in my whole life.
No mind. It's all over now.
I tied myself up just waiting for a man, and it took forever.
Instead, I
Want to know
got
something,
you.
Halliday?
What's that?
I don't want to play Matahari anymore.
Come on.
So, we used the girl as a decoy in order to bring the group into the open. That's why you are all here, because this is where the case will end. The key to this case
Oh my
lies
God,
in
we're
the
getting a
secret
Sherlock
papers
Holmes.
found on McAllister's possession. The last three numbers on
Okay,
this code
let's just pause this for a moment.
dates.
What the
Man,
hell do you think his explanation is going to be for this? To
I
try and
forgot
pull
that the
this all
codes-
together into some sort of coherent whole.
I forgot that the codes fucking existed. The one that he has in his hand.
I got nothing.
I can't. I'm hoping that everybody in this restaurant is as dumbfounded as we are when he gets done explaining. They're like, "What the fuck are you on about, Moto?"
Yeah, they didn't even write this backwards. It's like, my God.
First, number 14, 205, February 5th.
That's a pipeline in Alvez, Persia.
Yes, the pipeline was dynamited on that date.
Why, McAllister was there on that date.
Yes, Mr. Lennox. Excellency, if you will check Mr. Hussein's itinerary on that date, you will find that he was there too.
That is true, isn't it, Wazir?
The next listing is 4 on 312. That would be well number 4 in Wadi Shama, Satan's cigarette.
Why
He's
is he
still
still using
giving-
the disguise?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. He's still giving all of this in his accent and everything. It's like, dude.
I have to say, I have this guy's face as well. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? And also, I'm pretty sure we know that Satan's cigarette, that's a metaphor. That's a metaphor.
This is the devil's wacky weed.
Exactly.
The next listing is 4 on 312. That would be well number 4 in Wadi Shama, Satan's cigarette. This list is a coded schedule of the entire
Like,
beta
this is
oil
great. Could we just
sabotage
get some
campaign.
chips and salsa or some
In examining
mozzarella sticks? We've been
McAllister's
here a
dossier,
long time.
I
Could you
found
bring out the belly
each of
dancer?
sabotage locations and the corresponding dates.
Then that can only mean that
Yes, Mr. Lennox. Was one of
McAllister.
the leaders, along with Wazir Hussein.
I wouldn't.
What the fuck are you on about?
The last two names on this list were to be the coup de grace of the campaign. DL 423 and SWS 424. David Lennox and the Shah of Wadi Shama.
And I suppose that Mr. Lennox and I were to be assassinated on that date.
No, Excellency,
Only if you refuse to sign the oil leases with Mr. Hussein's group. Then with your death, Hussein, as your assistant, would have the power to sign for you.
You have misused an important trust, Wazir.
Do not ask
Yes,
us
you will
black
pay.
lives or black votes. I have
Oh,
no
yeah.
idea.
One other matter.
None of us know what the hell is going on.
There have been leaks in this case from the beginning. Only one man would have known that Inspector Barlow of Scotland Yard had assigned Inspector Holliday to work with me.
Your French/Italian coworker?
Position of trust
guess.
to get any undercover information that he wanted.
Blast it, Mr. Takura, who is he?
Yeah, just tell us, bro. Jesus. You're not Sherlock Holmes.
Can't track this. It's just too much.
Nice of you to make it, Westering.
Oh,
Finally. Oh my God!
Come on in.
It's
join
not
the
an
party.
Oriental.
It's just
All
Moto.
governments have agreed that this conspiracy
the-
should not be publicized.
I'm greatly relieved to hear that. After all,
Wait,
one of the
the-
leaders was a
What the fuck?
I don't. What just happened?
All right.
Mr. Lennox.
Okay.
Did we
time,
solve everything?
time the fuck out. What?
What the
Okay.
fuck was that?
Now there is in any good detective or spy movie or anything like that, right? You're supposed to, the mystery is supposed to be like the hint should be in the damn movie. Where in the hell are we got anything from McAllister as being the baddie?
Oh, he's British. There you go.
Well, I mean that goes without saying. And Wasserly or whatever the fuck his name. Oh, Wasserly. He's just been a schlub. Who the hell cares with this? I mean, I think we've seen him in like 3 scenes.
They're all schlubs. That's the thing. Like nobody is good at anything.
This is madness.
Yeah, it really is. Not the good kind.
He's just making shit up, and they're like, all right. I mean, that makes at least as much sense as anything else we could come up with. Andrew, okay, Andrew, explain it to us. Go ahead. And if you bring up space whales, I'm kicking you right in the balls.
I know what he's going to say. He's going to say we're watching it wrong.
It could be. With my eyes open and listening to it.
Watching is your first mistake.
Good night, Iceman.
Good night, Iceman.
Good night, Iceman.
Thanks for stopping by. Leave 8 tabs open on mute while you're sleeping. Thanks.
And of course, we shall be only too pleased to sign a renewal of all our leases with you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
And thank you for your attention.
Gentlemen.
If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with the
Beta Oil will
CIA.
extend its official appreciation to all of you.
So
But in
what the hell
meantime,
happened to the British
I
guy?
want you to accept my deepest and sincerest thanks.
It doesn't matter.
My
It
only
just doesn't
sadness
matter.
I mean, nothing happened to him before.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, you mean Graham Chapman?
Yeah.
Janelli, give me a month off. I'm beat.
Can't.
Why?
A month off?
Got orders for you from Geneva. They want you in Cairo by next Monday.
Cairo?
Yes. You see, it seems there's this group of...
Just a minute. I've got till Monday.
Also, they played the Leave It to Beaver music.
Well, I thought I might see a little bit of London before I leave.
You're not
Why
James
would I be
Bond,
here in
man.
London?
See, if this was Sean Connery, he'd have kissed her on the spot.
Oh,
That was terrible.
that was just really.
What is this music remind me? Was it the Pink Panther? Or it's like the cartoons for the Pink Panther.
No, it doesn't sound like that.
But there's like the Pink Panther used to like air with like 4 or 5 different cartoons, and it sounds like da 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 da.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one I know.
Right, that's what it sounds like.
I don't think so.
Play it again. I bet you'll hear it.
Let's not play any of that again.
That's that.
I bet you the reason why she didn't
Please
kiss him
no.
at the end was because she was like, "No, I'm not kissing Henry Silva. That dude's an alien. We don't."
Well,
know
she's
what-
his beard.
He'd slide down my throat. You never know, man.
Exactly. The ovipositor is down your neck before you know it.
All those weird old British guys. Henry Silva's still not looking too manly. Still pretty
Man.
much closet walker.
Okay, so I have to ask, do we have the box office on this?
Oh my god, I don't even know where you find it.
So I hope it flopped.
Hang on,
Are you mad
IMDb
now?
Right now.
You mad, bro? You mad?
Man, I understand why I haven't seen Henry Silva in anything else.
Well, that's a weird thing because he's been in everything. Like, you may not have recognized him at the time, but like he is one of those guys for real. He's
Yeah, if you go look at on IMDb, you'll be like, oh my god, he was in that. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm digging it up now.
My God.
I
Yeah.
don't
So, Mr. Moto, you shouldn't have returned. That was like a massive misfire. Should have stayed hidden.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Uh,
I don't know what the fuck that was. I'm
Nobody
just,
knows.
I'm at a
win some,
loss.
lose some.
I mean, so the good news is the current shit show that we have to suffer in entertainment, not new. It's been around for a while. There's always been terrible writers.
Sure.
This, on the other
Yeah.
hand, my God.
Okay,
is
so
just-
Henry, huh?
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say Henry Silva, Manchurian Candidate, Dick
Mhm.
Tracy, the 1990 one,
Yeah.
Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai. So if you don't recognize him from that, I don't know what's wrong with your life.
Wait, but that was like early 2000s Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai, which is why he probably looks like a.
Yeah, I think he's still alive.
Yeah. No, I think he may have died, but
No,
it's been like
he
in the
died.
last 5
Yeah.
years or so.
Oh, there it is.
Because I was like, he was alive?
1
And then he
year
died.
ago.
Yeah.
September 14th,
ago, yeah.
22.
I know when I rewatch Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai, which will probably be soon because I like that movie. I'll see if I can recognize him because he does look like a corpse now. So.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you know,
He did.
before-
he did
before
for
he died,
decades.
you know?
He looked for decades. He looked like a corpse. And Andrew has thrown down the gauntlet and challenged us. Explain the plot in the simplest way you can.
Listen.
Uninspired, you first.
Okay, so we have Oriental man disguises as further Oriental man to prove a conspiracy. Boom. That was it.
I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Also, he drowns, but you know we don't really care.
I mean, there were cars moving. There were, I don't know.
I don't have any idea why the head of Spectre was going to kill McAllister, his ally.
Black Lives are Black Votes said Gasian man kills stormtrooper.
That's it. 4 words. There you go. There's your plot
I
summary.
couldn't find any box office stuff, but I'll give you the quote from the New York Times called it extremely garrulous and inane. So there you go.
I think that does capture it.
Inane. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the metaphorical story behind this is that Mr. Moto subverted my expectations. I thought he was actually the gay man. What he was actually dealing with was a giant cabal of homosexuals. And the reason that the head of Spectre killed McAllister is because they had broken up and he was angry about it. And in a jealous rage, had his German lover take care of that to prove his true love to him. Now, the real tip off is that only Moto wants a woman at the gentleman's club / bathhouse that they get together on. So that really subverted our expectations. And then he revealed that he actually knew that all of these people were gay and that they couldn't do anything about it.
Yep, closeted gayness.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it was you'll need a bigger closet.
You need Richard Simmons' closet.
Oh,
well, this movie can go in it and stay there. because I was expecting something a little meatier. That was just like,
That was just
explain the plot. No, I'm still trying to figure out like what the syntax of everything. Why people were saying all this stuff that didn't mean anything. It didn't build on anything before it. I cannot track anything in this plot.
yeah, the dialogue was like a Mad Libs that somebody forgot what noun and verb they'd used originally and just switched it up halfway through.
Yeah, that was so weird.
It's just, I mean, the weirdest part of this was Henry Silva himself, man, because Jesus, the man, like, are his arms detachable? Is it weird? Like,
I'm not sure his joints work normally. I think there may be an extra segment in there, and so he's trying to hide it. But also, I think the reason they chose him is to make him look radically different than everybody else because he's the straight man.
yeah. Listen, they got an alien to play him, so Jesus, Henry
Okay,
Silva is a weird man.
I'm scrolling back a little bit on the IMDb. He's in everything. Amazon Women on the Moon, Bulletproof,
Yes.
Alan
Yes, he is.
Quatermain,
He's in Amazon Women on the Moon. He's the one that does Bullshit or Not.
Lust in the Dust, Cannonball Run 2, Escape from the Bronx, Chained Heat, Megaforce, Turkey's Machine, Alligator, Day of the Assassin, Buck Rogers, 2 episodes. He's been in all of it. And it goes back, 50 years.
Buck Rogers, but for the youth, you must know Duck Dodgers.
Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century.
I
Night
love Duck
Gallery,
Dodgers.
Hawaii Five-0, I Spy.
Uninspired. Have you seen Amazon Women on the Moon?
Amazon will no.
Have you seen Kentucky Fried Movie?
What?
Have you seen the Kentucky Fried Movie?
That's a real thing.
Yeah, it was the movie that the guys who made Airplane did before Airplane, and it's basically a bunch of like sketches that they do. I think the ending one is Fistful of Yen, which is a play on Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
So in, I think it was like 85, somebody decided to do a movie like Kentucky Fried Movie, and it was called Amazon Women on the Moon. And it has some hilarious skits in that. And then, that's the one, Henry Sylvan doing Bullshit or Not. It's basically, I think the episode that he's doing is, was the Loch Ness Monster actually Jack the Ripper?
Jesus.
And they have like a big fucking Nessie that's like, hey, you look pretty good, sailor. And it comes back and then, and there you go. It is hilarious.
I'll watch it.
Oh, but Kentucky Fried Movie is absolute classic. The Henry Gibson's Appeal for the Dead, that it's essentially like a PSA, and it's essentially that what is it? Death is the #1 killer in the United States today. And just because you have died doesn't mean that you can't still have a productive life. And so it has like a family whose kid has died. And they're talking about, now with the United Appeal for the Dead, we've really figured out that Johnny, even though he has this debilitating condition, can still be a part of the family. And they're all playing in the pool and he's floating face down. And, it is.
I'll watch it.
And it ends with, so give generously when death comes knocking at your door.
You should definitely watch both of those.
Oh, those are both classic. KFM,
he's
that
also
thing
in
kills me.
the original Ocean's 11.
Oh, that's
He
right.
is?
Yes.
With Frank?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I must not recognize him.
I don't know how. He's built like Mount Rushmore. He's like,
Yeah, it's hard to miss Henry Silva in anything. Now that you've seen him, you'll go back and go, oh my God, he's in that. Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
I see him.
Well.
Oh, wait, now that I'm looking at the Ocean's 11 picture, yeah, I see him clear as day.
He just jumps right out of the picture.
Yeah.
Whoa, right out of the closet. Surprise.
I'm super, so doggone super.
Oh. Well, I was a little disappointed. I hope it wasn't too painful for you guys, but
what a film.
It was just the amount of pain that I expected. Yeah, it was less coherent, and did not have the quick pacing of the Manster.
And it certainly did not have the quick pacing of the original Mr. Moto.
Mr. Motos, yeah.
No. R2 missed my little disclaimer at the beginning. Barbara and I have both seen all of the Peter Lorre Motos hundreds of times. We have a couple on our channel already, and we're going to post the rest eventually for sure. But we're huge Peter Lorre fans. So I figured that this remake or whatever sequel would at least, I don't know, do more than it did. I don't even know what I wanted it to do. Something.
Not that. Not that. We didn't want it to do that.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Whatever
Okay.
that was, less of it.
So, all right, I'm ready for a palate cleanser. You guys ready for watch a short?
Please, dear God, yes.
All right.
I'm going to have to dip for a minute,
Oh, okay.
but I'll catch up to you guys.
All right. See you in a bit. So, in the theme of tonight, we're gonna go on the spy night.
The technique of the body search.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited already.
Don't blow your
Quickest
cover.
way to fail in your mission and to blow your cover. Okay.
I like
We should
the-
probably read these.
I like clear
Yes,
background.
true.
To freeze them. Freeze it!
Oh, missed it. Oh my god.
OSS.
Okay. Body search. OSS schools and training.
I'm gonna imagine that Seattle training fields these days don't have this kind of soundtrack.
Pretty intense. Animaria.
Animaria? Jesus. Music is pretty good though.
I don't know if it requires John Philip Sousa.
It's Jesus.
Hi, Steve. How you been? Okay. Cup of coffee? Great. Social visit? Tea for two?
Steve doesn't sound
Not
like
exactly.
he talks much.
Perhaps a new
This
one?
is a well-planned meeting between two acquainted agents, Courier and Cutout. The place, a censored town in enemy area. The purpose, a special operation.
Oh, enemy area. Enemy. Oh.
Yeah, enemy. Yeah, exactly. We know where the cavity search
I
is
see where
coming.
the football team has a new goalie. I ought to
Where
make
the
all
M&Ms
difference
come
next
from.
Saturday. Yeah, well, I'll still put my... The meeting is casual. The conversation is innocent, for the walls of enemy area have ears.
Now, okay,
It isn't always
I already know. I already know this.
When
This is
cover
all
for
about
visits has
how
been
to
established,
stay
the work
in the
begins.
closet in a time
Work which will soon end in a special
where it was
operation
not acceptable
in the
to be
capital
gay.
of enemy area.
I mean, look
90
at how
miles
close
away.
they're sitting next to each other, too.
Well, I mean, notice the
The
first thing
music
was
will
how about that
accompany
ball
the
game? Oh
challenge
yeah, I love that ball
the
game.
enemy
Yeah.
may have planted. Steve will carry the plan for that
He's also
operation
named Steve.
those 90 miles. Steve, the traveling
Steve and
salesman
Steve.
for a collaborationist sales firm. The courier with a perfect cover
A real
for a
donkey?
trip to the capital.
I've got some stag movies. If you want to look at them frame by frame.
Frame by frame. Oh, God!
Feet stuff. Did Tarantino direct
Micro
this?
Yes, yes.
Under a phony callus.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Wow.
So, I mean,
Do you like it when I tickle your feet with this brush? Are you into that?
Okay, Steve, that does it.
Oh, see, his leg shaking. His leg shaking.
That's quite an idea.
That's the post-orgasmic tremors.
At the same time.
It's always a good sign.
A piece of film with a plan. A belt with a coded message.
better if it was a map.
A courier with cover, confidence, courage.
And not a hint of homosexuality.
Or troublesome acne.
Well, you sure understand everything now. It's in the bag.
This relationship has been
Well,
loveless
so long,
for
good luck to you.
years.
See you on the way back.
Men, we're so simple. Just a handshake and it's done.
Trains are going through archways.
And no way metaphoric.
Pardon me, boy. Is this the Transylvania station?
Oh my god. I didn't see the man standing a meter in front of me with his gun out.
patch on his back, though.
Steve is caught.
Gonna be useful later.
Caught because he brought along a pistol to get him out of a jam.
So Steve's about to have a threesome.
One.
Steve and Steve are about to have a threesome.
Steve was feeling romantic when he left Frank's.
Peggy Carter.
And he had a date. There was an embrace, and the girl's hand accidentally touched a pistol that Steve carried in the small of his back. Now, the small of the back may be a good place to hide.
Should have carried it up his ass.
But not in a tight squeeze. Yes, Steve had a date with a girl.
He didn't
now
like it
he's
very
got a
much.
date with the secret police.
And so, kids, don't have dates with girls.
Jawohl. What's the guy on the right doing?
He's
the doctor. He's going to be doing the rectal probe.
Or a patient.
Well, Steve, this is it. This is where Frank's handiwork gets the acid test.
Yes.
Steve looking at the director off camera. It's like, really?
Quickly, please.
Could you give me some direction here?
Oh, yeah.
There we
Steve.
go.
Got a light? No
Ooh.
smoking.
A bit of foreplay.
Pick that cigarette up.
Have any music to kind of get us in the mood?
Slower.
Now give it to me.
Oh, they already made Steve bend down, yeah.
Give it to me.
Don't try that again. You're not the first who's tried to burn a message in a cigarette. Now get your clothes off.
Oh.
We saw in the previous
Steve.
Call back.
1 minute to rip off that phony callus and destroy the belt.
Oh,
1 minute, maybe two. That's all you'd need. Try and think of something, Steve.
Think about
Say,
that.
do you mind if I go to the toilet before we get on with this? The prisoner will be
So,
granted no
just
requests
a
and
note.
the search.
This is incorrect. Standard interrogation technique is if you want to humiliate a man, you remove his clothes. You don't let him take them off.
Right.
For a woman, you make her take her clothes off.
True.
I don't want to know where you learned that, but I believe it.
Steve's about to show us his abs.
But you see, the enemy knows the more important a piece of evidence is to you, the more important it is to them. And they don't want that evidence flushed down a toilet.
So they'll be climbing up your
Still
rectum.
think you have a chance, Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, here
I
it
still
comes.
have a chance. Frank did a
1,000-yard
good job.
stare.
Poor Steve. You're
He
in
doesn't
for
even
a
know. They're going to bring in the GIMP.
You're going to find that in enemy area, when a man's under definite suspicion, searches are thorough and complete.
And
when a man tips his hand as you did, carrying a concealed weapon, they become bloodless autopsies.
Get up, stand up for your rights.
They begin at the top of your head.
You been hanging out with Brownie again?
It's no exaggeration to say not a hair is left
Your rights have
unturned.
been suspended, Steve. We own you now.
You have the right to be probed.
Oh yeah, this is very
Oh,
sensual.
yeah.
Look at it, look at it.
Run your fingers
Yeah.
through my hair. I love that. No, I'm not into nasal sex. No.
Not that hole.
No. Is this your first time?
Ooh, yeah.
He's going to check, see if he's lactating. It could be a woman in disguise.
He really is looking at the hairs under his armpit.
I mean, if you're going to hide something.
Off with the towel.
If he has to go through my body, that guy's going to be there for 3 days.
They probe your nose.
They probe your nose. Oh yeah.
How many holes do you have?
2,
They pry
4,
into your
5, 6, 7. If you're a man.
Yeah. Well, they're going to probe every one of them.
Oh yeah.
He'll have a bonus hole by the time he leaves.
Yeah, exactly. More than one.
Your mouth gets special attention.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
Good
He does have a
investigators know
pretty
that
mouth.
teeth make good hiding places. and they're as efficient as a dentist tailing a cavity. Later, if they're still suspecting, they may remove your fillings and bridge work.
No.
Ooh.
We're not doing that.
Marathon man.
To you, your eyes are a priceless possession. To
What?
the investigators, they're nothing more than highly suspect areas for hidden messages.
How would you hide a message in your eye?
I mean, I guess it's possible you could
Your
use like a
entire
micro
body
dot and
is
put it under your
scrutinized,
eyelid.
Inch by
Maybe.
inch.
You could be blinking like crazy, but
Yeah.
Fingernails.
no, Jamalama, we need like burlesque.
Skin.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, yeah,
Nails.
bring in Cher, man. Just have her singing in the background off camera. Ooh. Very nice. Very
It
nice.
is.
Oh.
Private
Oh.
areas carefully inspected.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
We're doing it.
Oh, you see his eyebrow go up?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep, he's packing. He's packing.
He was impressed. Yeah, he's like,
Turn it and cough.
there you go.
Oh.
Oh.
Right
And
in
check
there.
the prison pocket.
That's all. Put on the towel.
You sure are polite, Gestapo.
Yeah, they didn't check under his junk.
Mm-hmm. Didn't squeeze his balls. Nothing.
Yeah.
Pull that foreskin back.
It's worse in prison.
They're getting warm, Steve.
You get checked in, man. You gotta check everywhere.
Our friend here seems a little perturbed about his feet. It might be wise to show as much concern for this region as he shows by so nervously biting his lip.
Cut,
Oh,
print.
I
That's
mean-
the best take we'll ever get.
Maybe he's just a bit horny, you know? He's biting
Yeah.
his lip.
He's biting his lip. He's trying to be, a little
go.
seductive.
Oh,
He'll come hither.
They got him.
Fascistash.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yes. Pornography. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, if you'll pardon a cruel joke, you really put your foot in it that time. You should know if you don't watch your reactions, the enemy will. An attitude consistent with your cover, indignation, resigned dignity, or willing collaboration might have saved you. But here you are, a courier already out of a job. And the clothes search
He makes a
just
great art
beginning.
model, though.
When it comes to clothes and personal effects, investigators take nothing for granted. They begin on the premise that every item contains a message and carry on from there. They begin at the top, Steve, and work down. Or are you familiar with that procedure by now? Sweatbands, hat bands, linings are studied and ripped out if necessary.
My grandmother
A
used
coat
G-string.
that
to
they're
have
going over that would
back
make
in
its
the-
tailor squirm.
back in like
The
the
lining,
60s, I think.
shoulder padding,
Oh, really?
seams and
Yeah.
pockets are checked and double checked. Labels come off.
Not the
Buttons are
labels.
examined. Shirts and underwear get the ultraviolet ray treatment for invisible laundry marks.
Invisible laundry marks. Nice.
Yeah.
Sewing
This is
is
some
checked
pretty
against the
thorough
possibility of writing coded messages on thread. Shoes are potential gold mines of evidence.
Yep. He definitely stepped in dog shit.
Gold mines soon essayed.
We've
The
got
space
him.
between the soles, the hollows of the heels, the canvas lining under the tongue, and the shoelace tips are all searched.
I don't have any canvas lining under my tongue.
Yes, Steve? The places for concealment were infinite. But the investigators were infinitely patient.
They checked
And
your
how about your
buttonhole.
effects, Steve? Will they stand up as well as your clothes? Again, each article is considered suspicious until its innocence has been proved. When the naked eye fails,
Somehow I don't think they give two
Magnifying
shits. There's no
glasses and
presumption of
microscopes
innocence or
take
guilt
over,
here.
searching
No.
for pinpricks and
You
markings
had
a
a
gun on
containing
and
coded
countless.
No area is too small or too insignificant for the investigator's attention.
No.
Oh, look, Mr. Moto.
Yep, it's a reference.
It all comes back. Themes.
Can't get away from those cigarettes.
Jesus, man, just break the glasses while you're at it. I mean, I don't really think that they care anyways about what they find. They're probably just going to send him to the camp anyways.
You, sir, are going to be shot in the head. Now it's a matter of just seeing what else they could find. Of course, they may ask you some questions very unpleasantly.
Money is carefully inventoried, and a note is made on the denomination, date, type, and serial number of the bills.
Yep. Looking
Your
for counterfeit
number is
bills.
up today, Steve. Thanks to this detail, Frank's may be up tomorrow. Bills are then soaked in boiling water to separate the layers and
What the
expose
fuck?
possible hidden information.
Yep.
That's pretty interesting.
When the mind suspects, chemicals can prove or disprove. Papers get the iodine fumes test for secret ink. Before the search is over, everything, including your body, may get the same treatment.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're back to Steve.
Bend over this table.
We're going to leave you for a while. If you get cold, put these on.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're very considerate.
Also, they have to comfort him in his last moments before he gets shot.
Just kidding. The fire hoses go on.
The gas chamber just...
Yeah.
Gas just starts to spew in.
Oh, God.
Perhaps you would like a nice shower.
Steve.
Man, how did they know my size?
Well, they've been watching you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
In the mirror. Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, so is he.
There he is. It's the man in the
Orderly.
mirror.
Yes, sir. Has the dossier on the prisoner been assembled yet? Yes, sir. Good. Be careful to record all of his actions during this period.
Yes, sir. We have a complete transcript of the prisoner's actions since he entered the room.
That's very expository.
Well, they had to make up for the acting somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Steve's certainly not giving us anything with his emoting.
Steve is just,
all those items
trying to
thoroughly
live.
checked. And special attention
God, I
given
hope
that
they haven't
bill.
figured out I'm
Very
gay.
good, sir.
Minecraft Steve has more personality than this.
Do it.
Steve, they got you.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Come on.
We'll shrink his belt. That'll teach him.
That's right.
Lieutenant? Splendid. I knew we'd find something. Good work, Franz.
Franz.
So you thought it was easy carrying a message, eh, Steve? Not with this enemy. It takes more than courage and confidence to operate in enemy area. It takes cover. Cover which you blew by your conspicuousness.
Orderly.
Listen, Steve just wanted some pussy, to be honest with you.
No, that was Frank.
Walking
Oh,
toward the
man.
interrogation
Trying to have his
room.
beard, but she
You
knew
could
better.
be walking the streets in freedom. Walking to your destination and accomplishing our mission.
Rest in
Walking
peace, Steve.
ahead of the enemy, not
Well,
into him.
Strike two for me tonight. I saw Cavity Search. I thought this would be a little entertaining.
Steve never had a chance after the beguiling informant of the enemy police discovered the pistol. The search only changed him from a suspicious character to a guilty one. Remember, there's only one way to beat a body search. Avoid the possibility of one. True.
That's it.
Oh,
Man, Steve Strong was packing, but
Oh, I mean, you saw that guy. I mean, his eyebrow, it cocked
Mhm.
up when he looked. He was like, "Oh my!"
oh yeah, Steve was Steve was he had something,
Yeah, yeah.
swinging
Second
lumber.
Swing low.
I judge a man on the size of his mosaic square.
Mm.
They had a
Taking
lot
him
to blur out there.
20 or 30 minutes to search that.
Oh yeah.
No, get him erect. There might be a message hidden in the folds.
Oh man. Well, yeah, Steve, you will be missed.
Yeah, rip Steve, man.
Rip Steve.
Yep.
Yeah, he's getting some bonus holes.
All that for one lousy frame of porn.
Yeah.
Ooh, yep. The worst part of it.
Yeah, it probably wasn't even the good stuff.
Oh, nah. It's probably some like gilf granny porn. You know?
Yeah. My God, there aren't even midgets on this. Why would you risk your life for this?
Wow. All right. 0 for 2 tonight. 0 for 2.
Hey, I could understand the plot on this one.
Yep, at least. Yeah,
there was a coherent story. The acting was about the same level as the prior one, but story-wise, this thing kicked its ass.
Like with Moto, like it seemed like there was a lot of stuff should be happening, but nothing ever happened. With Steve, it was just one thing happening, and yeah.
But he did that one thing well.
Yeah,
he tried. Steve tried.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't like say something like, "Oh, come on, narrator, try and get me out of this." It's like, like, no, Steve.
No, bitch.
Oh no, Steve,
you dumb.
Right there.
You dumb. And what I'm waiting for the sequel with Frank.
The Steve and Frank.
Yeah.
In heaven, in heaven. Probably.
Yeah. What got
Or in
you?
the camp.
I had porn in my foot. Oh, yeah. Some
Or
chick
in the
felt me
camp.
up.
Yeah, but Steve and Frank in the camp, they're just chilling.
Yeah, he hit a frame of a 16 millimeter stag film in his foot blister. Stupendous. That actually happened.
You never know.
Well, in enemy whatever the hell it was.
Enemy area, I think.
Enemy area, yeah.
Where the M&Ms come from.
That's like my generic. I call it Ethniclashistan.
Can we say that?
No, I just did.
Well, I'm just gonna dive right in. I got one more short ready.
Oh, thank
Let's
God.
do it.
Is it Frank? Is it Frank? We finally found out what happened to Frank.
Yeah.
I don't watch this stuff ahead of time.
Oh, okay.
So
It's
it
all
may be
joy
Frank.
out.
There
It
is
could
a
be Frank.
possibility.
We still have hope, chat. We still have hope.
All right. We're all gunning for Frank. Here we go.
Come on, Frank.
Oh, what make it to that said?
We got the pen and paper. Notes.
Prefrontal lobotomy and you.
Kind of what the graduations figures say every spring. Our child's pretty average.
Okay. Wow.
Out of this class of 40, just because it is average, 2 of these boys and girls will spend
Zack Snyder
some
keeps
part of their
fucking with the
lives in a
coloration.
mental institution.
Oh my
My
God.
job is to try to keep the people around here healthy, and most of them
Wake
are.
me up when he's a
Of
doctor.
course, nobody's health is ever perfect. Jim Anderson has a bad ear. But that doesn't keep
Whoa,
him from playing on the football
whoa.
team.
Disclosure.
County
HIPAA's got to get in
champions
trouble
last year,
with this.
Frank White is nearsighted, but his glasses take care of that.
Okay. Wow.
Open flame in a
Dorothy
carnival
Westerly
booth.
has
Man.
a tooth that needs
Frank gets
fixing,
all the
but
ladies.
she's in good health, I'd say. Mighty good health. They've all learned habits of good living that have helped them stay physically healthy.
Like
Habits of
VO5.
cleanliness, good
Yes,
diet,
VO5.
exercise, and rest. But there's another side to good health, and that's good mental health. Comes naturally
Yes.
to most people. Parents who are mentally healthy bring up the children to be mentally healthy too.
Hopefully.
Johnny mows lawns to make up for his sexual frustration.
He learned the first rule for good mental health a long time ago.
Masturbation.
Not bottling up his emotions.
I told you.
Now, when he works up a head of steam, he puts it to work in a useful way instead of holding it inside.
Vandalizing
When
the
you
fire
try to do
hydrant.
that, it's bound to
Jacking
come
off
out
the
in
fire
some
hose.
unpleasant way. Tommy learned
What
that
is he
some
doing?
years back
He's
just after
jacking
his
it
younger
off.
brother was born.
He's hung like Steve. Jesus Christ.
Tommy, eat your meat. You haven't
Oh,
eaten a bite
God,
all
I'm
day.
tired.
I declare, I don't know what's got into you.
You heard your mother, Thomas. Now do as she says.
Finally, his folks sent him to see me.
They broke him already.
There wasn't anything physically wrong with him that I could find, so I began to talk with him. If you've got something on your mind, Tommy, why don't you talk about it?
Well, I...
We all have our problems, Tommy.
This is the best acting
can't
we've
talk
seen.
about it.
Of course you can.
You're
You
my
know something?
problem, Tommy.
The more you talk about your problems, the easier they are to solve. It's bottling things up inside that's bad. When you feel something, if you're mad or afraid or worried, you've got to let it out or it'll come out some other way. Like you losing
So-
weight, not sleeping.
I'm understanding that Thomas is constipated.
Now, what is it, son?
Is that it?
Gosh, Dr. Martinson, this may sound kind of funny to you.
No, it won't.
I don't think my folks want me anymore. They're planning to
Damn.
get rid of me.
What makes you think that, son?
I heard them say so one night. They thought I was asleep. Ever since Jimmy was born, they...
Well, it wasn't easy to prove to Tommy that he was wrong. As in so many
Especially
cases
with all
like
of the
this,
written
his
evidence that I
parents were
found.
partly to blame. The
He's
new
a child,
baby
for
was
fuck's sake.
taking
I
more
decide
of
what's
their
right and wrong.
attention than they realized. I got a chance to talk to Tommy's mother about it, and it turned out that they'd been talking about sending Tommy to camp for the summer, and he misunderstood them. Well, we finally got it straightened out. But it taught Tommy a lesson that many people don't learn so quickly, about not bottling up his emotion. He learned that it could be easy to talk to his folks and that he didn't have to hide his love for them.
Maybe he should have learned not to eavesdrop on his damn parents.
Yeah.
Well, that is quite a few years ago. Tom's graduating today.
Oh,
That number one rule for good mental
He's
health,
from
don't
impotence.
bottle up your emotions, has helped him through many a tough spot. Of course, we're talking about some of the simple rules for staying in good mental health. And that brings us to the second
baby got
rule,
back.
which is respecting yourself.
Those were
Sounds
the
easy, doesn't it? But look what happened to Bruce Matthews. He
What
went
happened to
out for the
Bruce?
tennis team a couple of years ago, and
He's-
while he had a lot
he's
to learn,
homosexual.
Kerchief, that's
he
what
had the
happened to
makings
him.
of a
Yeah.
fine player.
Look
but
at
he
him.
wasn't satisfied with slow, steady improvement. Oh, he expected himself to be perfect right from the start. Missing a point would make him boil over at himself. Well, the coach finally caught on to what.
But wait
Bruce
a
was
minute. I
doing
thought
to
if you got
himself
mad,
with
you
his
were supposed to
demand
let it
for
out.
perfection.
Sure, I think it's fine to keep wanting to improve. I understand that, but I think you're going at it the wrong way.
How do you mean?
Well, did you ever stop to think how good your game really is?
Yeah. After missing that last point?
That's just what I'm getting at. You're
So
worrying
are
too
they
much
a
about the game
thing?
and you don't enjoy it.
But, gee, Coach, I know I can
He's
do
into
better.
Bears.
Sure you can. But the point is you shouldn't let yourself get mad every time you miss a point. Why, even the world's champion can't make every point. You can't be perfect. You've got to learn to get more pleasure out of this game. So take yourself as you are, and instead of expecting yourself to be
I
perfect.
see it. Okay.
It took a while for Bruce
Come
to
as you
get
are.
what the
Yeah.
coach was driving
Be
at.
who you truly are. Stop
But
hiding it.
little by little, without letting up one
have
bit
some
of
pictures
trying
you might
to
wanna
improve
look at.
his
Again.
game, he learned to enjoy
Some more body cavity
his
search.
skill rather than fret over his occasional misses.
Yeah, the short shorts are
Yes,
kind of the giveaway.
he's learning that
yeah.
second important habit for keeping in good health.
Easy
Good
access and
mental health,
unrestrained movement. You
The
know,
habit
most
of
Exactly.
feeling
short shorts
right
exist.
about himself.
Flexibility is useless. if
Along
you
with
got
that
your
goes a third
hands
important
struggling.
habit. Feeling right about other people, too. That means getting along with others, having fun with them, being part of the group. There's no
He's running around
room
that
for
court like
bashfulness
the
in
coach
good
gave him
mental
something.
health.
Mm-hmm.
To look at Otto Markel there, you'd never guess what he was like a year ago. For some reason or other, he was convinced that people just didn't like him much. He never tried to
Maybe
make
they
friends
didn't.
or to be one of the bunch.
Proves me
It was
wrong.
Miss Reinert who came to Otto's rescue.
I think you'd enjoy getting into one of the school clubs.
I don't know. I really don't have any time.
I hear they're planning
Jesus,
to
Otto,
organize
give
a
a
camera
performance.
club. You could help with that.
I know I don't like
With my
Otto.
Camera. I don't think they'd want me in the club.
Of
No,
course they
not
would.
what- no.
The more the
No.
He
better
speaks
when
like
you're
Anakin in the
organizing a club.
prequels.
You're
Shut up.
certainly doing well in chemistry, and that's important in photography.
School,
I
of
don't
course.
know.
Chemistry's different from photography.
I think you'll find they'd welcome a good chemist like you in the camera club.
Yeah, I'm not sure you know how photography works.
Thing.
That's not.
What's that?
Offer to help. Do all you can to help get the club
A
organized.
good chemist. He goes into a photography club and makes
I
meth.
couldn't do
That's,
that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
that's why everyone
you'll
likes him
find
now.
they'll
He's
like
their
you
dealer.
as
He's a
much as
dealing,
you
yeah.
like them.
I knew about Otto's problem because his parents had come to see me about the same thing. Of course.
See, you
They
give a
had to
man
share
some
the
meth and he
responsibility
can get
for
high for a
Otto's
day.
bashfulness.
You teach a man
What
with
do you
meth.
mean, George? I don't quite get what you're driving at.
No,
And he met
well, I'll
Saul
tell you,
Kahn.
Art. I've been watching you with that kid a long time. You're demanding too much from him. Nobody
Man,
can
this
be
dude
perfect,
looks like
so
the
don't ride
old
him
man
so
from
hard.
Family
When he does
Guy,
something
you know?
you don't like, remember he's a person in
Yes.
his own right.
The
His
grandpa.
way may be just as good
Girl,
as your
that's
way.
nice tennis
I do
shorts
think
you
you've been
got
hard
on
on him
there.
at times, Arthur.
Oh, but he doesn't toe
Like
the
to
line
come
the way he
inside
should.
for a topless
He has
glass of
advantages I
Merlot?
never had when I was a boy. He has an opportunity to amount to something.
But let him do it his own way. You've got him feeling now he isn't as good as the next fella. That's why he hesitates to make friends.
I don't like clubs. They're crowded, loud,
In Arlo's
irritating.
case, as in many
There's people
others I've
everywhere.
known, talking with the parents was important in helping to get things straightened out.
I gave him meth, all of them.
He's
The
learning
women,
the
the children,
third
too.
basic rule for good mental health. Feeling right about
People learn to like Otto, but they learn to hate
That
me because I
means
was
that in
butting
any
in
normal
fucking
group of
business,
people,
telling them how to
there's a
live their
feeling
lives.
of give and take.
Trust me,
There's an
better than death
interest in the
sticks.
group as a whole. There's no distrust or dislike of others just because they happen to be different.
Oh,
Well, there's
oh,
one more rule
oh.
for good mental health. And I
God,
see
casual
that
racism
can't
makes its
distrust
return.
or dislike of
gotta see
others
that
just
again.
because they happen
slick.
to be different.
Oh, look.
Well, there's one more rule.
She's
for good
Oriental.
mental
She's
health.
Oriental.
And I see that
Somebody's
Not a
got
Henry
these high
Silva
as
way.
that.
learned it well enough to get a diploma. That's the habit of doing something about a problem as soon as it comes up.
Class dismissed.
Gosh, what I don't know about the Civil War period. I haven't cracked a page in 2 weeks. I'm gonna have to dig into this one, too.
This may explain why you don't know anything about the Civil War period.
Getting into it. Let's put it off till tomorrow. Well, all right.
Came straight
She looks
from the
like a
theater.
kid.
Tomorrow
The
never
second
came
one.
for Nancy. That quiz day found her completely unprepared.
Like all of
But
us back in
Barbara
high
had
school.
faced up to that
Like
quiz
me
the day
today.
it was announced.
Oh, Jay, I've been so worried about this exam, I just can't sleep. Oh, I hope I pass.
There's no point in worrying about it now.
Might as well
Nancy
go to
not
sleep.
only had double trouble with that quiz, she had triple trouble. Before, during, and after.
You've heard
If
of
only I
double
had a
trouble?
male teacher and I could do some extra
Now,
credit.
Instead of just
Ooh,
worrying about
extracurricular
it would have been a lot
activities.
easier for her. Yes, the people around here are learning some of the basic rules for staying in good mental health.
This
First
is such a
rule is,
glorified version
don't
of high school.
bottle up your emotions
And mental
like
health.
love,
And mental
fear,
health, yeah.
anger. Express them naturally.
I was going to procrastinate, but I put it off until tomorrow.
Have to be expressed with consideration for others. Above all, don't carry a grudge. Get it off
Good
your
evening, Bob.
chest.
How are you, Bob? Bob Vance.
Second
Vance
rule is to
Refrigeration.
respect
How about that
your
game?
own abilities. Always try to improve, but remember that you're human.
Ooh.
The third rule is to respect
Unless you're Henry
others.
Silva.
Treat them as friends. And finally, when a problem shows up, face it at once.
Ooh, that's some pretty
calmly,
good writing.
reasonably,
That is
and
nice
honestly.
handwriting.
And remember
No, it's back
that
when they
one of
actually
the best
made
rules
you,
for good
you
mental
know.
health is
I mean, they
talking
forced
out
you to
your
learn
troubles
cursive
and
once I went
problems
to
with
French school.
someone.
So,
They don't
Yeah.
teach it in American school anymore, and that blows my mind.
well, I actually grew up like writing normally, so unattached. But then once I moved to French school, it was actually mandatory for you to write in cursive.
Oh, okay.
So I was forced to learn cursive by I think I was like 11 or 12 years old at the time. So now, even to this day, I write in cursive. This just how it is now.
It depends on what I'm doing, but yeah.
I think it depends on the writing utensil too.
I write like her with anything, pencils, pens. Yeah.
Chalk.
Yeah. The
I have
problem
my-
is like cursive with a like a normal Bic, ballpoint pen or something like that. You end up getting hand cramps because you have to hold it like straight up. doing your
Well,
stuff.
I'm used to it. I'm way used to it now. Like
Yeah.
that's what we used to use in the school anyway. So
Yeah, that's what I used, and I hated it because we got hand cramps. But the cursive was originally designed for fountain pens.
Right.
Yep. No, we used to use a lot of fountain pens in school too. Well, only like the annoying part of fountain pens is the fucking ink, you know?
Oh yeah, you better know what the hell you're gonna write, because if you sit and
Mhm.
pause too long, that shit dries up. You're done.
Oh, yep, for sure.
Wow. It's nice we're all commiserating around cursive and fountain pens.
Oh yeah, man. I
it's
dress up in a suit. I have, and I'm French. I have to know cursive.
it
know
just blows
cursing.
it blows my mind that like anyone younger than me, any American younger than me, won't be able to read what that woman wrote on the chalkboard. Like it blows my mind. Like not everyone is going to go through public school and like need to know cursive, but one, it's not all that fucking hard to learn. It doesn't take you
True.
more than a year of grade school to learn it, and then like you will never in your life be able to like read old letters, like the
I mean,
Constitution.
it does depend on the level of cursive though, because like some cursive, especially the old one, I
Yeah, it's
can't
almost
even
like
understand.
calligraphy.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck is going on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I think it's a silly thing to toss aside, considering they probably didn't replace that curriculum with anything more useful.
They replaced it with emojis.
I do wonder if it's in all of like America, or all of Europe that they still teach cursive, because I know that all of my friends who like they all go to French school, so it is weird because when we used to see our friends that used to go to like the American school, not all of them wrote in cursive, but some of them did. But I'm not sure if they had learned it from there or if they had learned it, before when they were in kindergarten.
Well, France is very like proactive about retaining certain cultural things. I mean, they
Oh, yeah.
essentially they police their language,
They
and
do.
so things like cursive, they're gonna be like, no, that's the old ways. You got to keep that.
I mean, yeah, look at R2 the White says schools require cursive in Kansas.
Oh, really?
That's pretty interesting.
That's where I went to school.
They don't teach it. They haven't taught it in California in years.
Man, because it's California.
Well,
Yeah, there's a reason I left California. I had kids and they were starting to go through school.
There's that too, but
It was like,
I
bye.
know it's not just California. Actually,
America
Barbara's
in
going to be
general.
back here in a second. Maybe she could let us know what the deal is in the schools.
True.
Anyways, it I don't know. There's a lot of things I get on my rocking chair about, but it just seems like a shame not to teach it at all. Like, what? I mean, what do you do if you have to sign a physical check? Like, how do kids get a signature if they don't learn?
They just make their X.
Yeah.
It's fingerprints
Besides,
now.
there aren't checks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I
the big thing is like for taking notes, cursive is faster than block letters.
Oh, definitely.
Agreed. Yeah, it is. It is way faster. We actually had like in my last not my last year of high school, my before last year of high school, we actually had a lesson which was about 2 hours a week made specifically to teach us how to take notes.
Yeah.
So in terms of like for example, if you want to write the word explanation, you write expl, and then after that you put like a circle on top to know that you're finishing that word. To try and condense all of your stuff.
Right. It's like a modified shorthand.
Exactly. Yeah. So like we had that 2 hours per week mandatory.
Oh my God.
Just
They don't
teaching
teach
us
us anything
stuff
like that here.
Yeah, because they were telling us it's gonna prepare you for the last year of high school, and eventually it did. So it was cool. But yeah, I still use it to this day.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm
I
a
mean-
pen and paper guy. I
Yeah.
can type okay. I type pretty well when I was in practice, but like I want everything on paper and pen
Oh, same,
first,
same.
and then I draft it while I type it in.
Yeah,
Same.
see, I've been programming for 35 plus years, so I mean I can type like lightning. But if I go into a meeting, I got a pen and a legal pad.
Mhm.
Everybody else says, "What's the Wi-Fi for my fondle slab? I need my iPad on or whatever." And I'm like, they look at me, "You're the tech guy, right?" And so
Right,
I bring
exactly.
the tech that works and is appropriate. And oh, by the way, I realized that when the act of writing makes you remember stuff better than just splurging it out via typing.
Yeah, like it's always easier to write, and plus it's way faster than typing. I don't know what people say, like when they say you can type and stuff like that. And plus, it's always better to write because even if you make a mistake, it's just there. It's good to see your mistake, you know.
Right.
I always appreciate that.
Well, yeah, I think. I mean, I can type faster than I maybe a legal reporter, or somebody that took business shorthand could handwrite faster than I can type, but I'll out type anybody that's writing longhand. But the thing is that when you write something down, you get both the visual but the kinesthetic feedback as well, and it helps you
Yes.
remember everything much more.
Yep. No, that's how I am. I'm a very like I'm someone who has a very good memory, especially when it comes to like photographic memories. So every time in my exams, I just used to picture the book
Yeah.
like my book, and I could see everything. So that's how I aced most of my exams. It was just like I have a very photographic memory, and my memory is also like really good too.
Yeah, mine was near photographic, and I could remember stuff back. I mean, I'll bring stuff up with kids I went to school with, like, what happened in first grade, and they're like, "How do you remember that?" I don't know how you don't, but lately I still have a photographic memory, but someone keeps leaving the lens cap on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's you hit a point where all of a sudden, you depend on that memory so much for everything, and then all of a sudden it starts slipping. And you're like, "What the hell is going on?" And why did I walk into the kitchen? Jesus Christ! What was I going to go get?
Yeah, it happens kind of suddenly too.
Yeah,
you suddenly realize that you're not firing on all your memory cylinders anymore.
Oh yeah, it does happen to me
R2 the
sometimes.
White comment here. Half of my students don't even bother to take notes anymore. They just take pictures of the slides as if that captures anything. That's tragic to me.
Yeah.
And not just because I'm old. Like, we just teased the whole thing out. But like when you process it through handwriting, and you run it through your muscle memory in your hand, and you're thinking it in your head, and you're reinforcing it 4 different ways.
Yeah, they'd have a hell of a time dealing with any presentations or when I have to teach people things. There's no fucking slides. I don't have PowerPoint up. I'm talking and asking questions and making sure that you understand everything. It's on you, and it's much more Socratic in method.
No, it's way better because at least you have to like select what you want to write down and everything like that. Because I know some people won't write down everything, which that isn't the point. You shouldn't write down everything, but like at least if it really, really goes through your brain and it passes that. Because I used to have friends that in the last year of high school they'd always take pictures on the board, and those were the same people that would always fail the tests because they just leave it as a picture on their phone,
And they never go back and look at it.
Exactly.
Probably anyways.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just no understanding, right? What a lot of school systems teach now is just rote, memorization and recitation without any real understanding.
Yep.
If that's what you're used to, you're gonna have a real rough time with me for the first few days until I beat it into your head. Nah, you're gonna learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the reason why I hated exams this like when I was in high school, because a lot of the exams that you get like which aren't philosophy or let's say like most of the time in history exams, geography exams, everything that didn't involve language, it was basically just
Recitation of
memorize.
dates and
Yeah.
location, yeah.
Just memorize and spit back out. But I always liked French because French you had to do actual dissertations, bring in what you wanted to say. Philosophy too, because I don't know, I'm just good at philosophy. That's just who I am, But yeah,
That's what I
philosophy
studied.
also.
I studied poli-sci history and philosophy in college.
It's great.
Which was perfectly prepared me to be a computer programmer.
And I was even studying philosophy just before we came on here. I was studying Albert Camus and absurdism.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, for my next video.
Oh, that's good. It's good.
Yeah.
We
It's
like
like
the
people.
thinking fellers. That's why
I
you're
now
here.
understand. I now understand why people have a hard time believing I'm 21.
Yeah. This isn't going to help that.
Oh no.
That was always my kids. And people were like, "Yeah, like an old soul." I don't know what you're saying. There's one. Well, if you grew up with my dad,
I I feel like when they call kids old souls, it's like a really nice way to say, wow, you're so young to have run out of serotonin already.
No, it's much more. Oh, you don't just mindlessly consume and do next hottest thing. Well, you're so different. Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
basically.
It's like, I won't
Another
let him
shoot.
have a cell phone. That's why.
Oh man, telling you.
Okay, we got a couple minutes left here. Let's squeeze out what we can.
Whose opinion you respect. Your parents, your family doctor, your school teacher or advisor. Your clergyman may be the right person to talk to on many things. Whoever it may be, talking is one of the best tonics there is for good mental health. Another good tonic is an interesting
Yeah, it depends on who
hobby.
you're talking to.
Gives you a way
Yeah.
to relax, a chance to accomplish
Someone will
something
just
can
say
be
you grow the
proud of.
fuck up, man.
Well, those are some of the
There have been
rules
plenty
for
of people
staying in
talk to
good
me that
mental
made me
health.
want to kill
Of course,
myself.
they're just the
Oh, yeah.
ABCs of a subject big enough to fill whole libraries. But as more and more folks get to know these ABCs and follow them, they're going to be able to look at a group like this someday and feel that they have a greater chance
She's
than
dressed
ever
like
for the kind of happy, useful
the
life
Mary from
which will
Toy
make our
Story.
world a better place to live in.
There's just a circle of extras rotating around
Mhm.
Grandpa there. They're really milling it up.
Oh yeah. Protect your mental health, children.
Don't watch The Return of Mr. Moto.
Yeah, that was not good for mental health.
No, got me all twisted up.
Oh yeah.
So what are you doing next, Uninspired?
Yeah, I'm doing a old boy video, which is yeah, it is massive. I have bitten off way more than I can chew. Like, my God.
Long man bad.
I'm telling you, like, not even the length of the video, because I haven't properly written the script yet. I'm just having notes. And so I have basically 10 pages of differences between the Spike Lee reboot and the original one. I have like 4 pages on the differences between the manga version and the original one. I have 27 pages on the music and its use in the film, and 12 on cinematography. And I haven't even started watching any of the director's commentary or the like DVD bonus material stuff or any interviews of the director himself. So yeah.
Next year it'll be out.
Oh man, I'm aiming to have it out by first week of October so that I can do some horror stuff for Halloween. But
You might want to put it off until I think I'm going to do the horror stuff. I'll come back to.
But yeah, and then I'm also doing like Greek mythology too, because I want to have like Old Boy as a modern Greek tragedy and see how that is, which is why I'm also studying like Albert Camus and absurdism, because he talked about I think it's Sisyphus.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
The
ooh,
rolling
yeah.
the stone.
Yeah. Jesus, it's tough. And yeah, Oedipus too. I'm talking about Oedipus and the death of Heracles or Hercules. So yeah, those 3 ones I'm gonna be talking about.
Well, aren't you fancy?
Ooh, yeah, I try to be.
Are you
Hopefully.
gonna try and bring in the essence of the Greek tragedies and why they were written? What was the
Yeah, hopefully I do, because I'm trying to keep the video short too. I want to keep it under 30 minutes, but Jesus, man, it's looking like a very long battle.
Yeah, I mean the most of at least most of the tragedies kind of boil down to hubris invites nemesis. There you go. Thanks. Let's move on.
Yeah, that is it. And like, it's weird because I like Greek mythology in general, and I do think the Greek mythology is interesting from a storytelling standpoint because it's something where your perspective changes on well, the story changes based on perspective, because you look at Medusa. So someone like Medusa, you look at her from what's his name again?
Perseus.
Yeah, from Perseus's view, like Medusa is a monster and everything like that. But you
I was
follow
always told
Medusa's.
not to look at Medusa.
Yeah. But then you look at like Medusa's life story and you're
Her
like,
life story
damn.
was tragic.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if
Absolutely
you follow
tragic.
Medusa's life story to the point where like Perseus kills her in the end, and even
Mhm.
after what happens when Perseus kills her, of her becoming, I think it's Athena's like on a she gets knitted on a fleece or something like that. I'm not sure. It's not the golden fleece, but yeah, it's just really sad. So you can see her as like it's a proper tragedy too.
In the early days of like you know, domestic abuse help, like women's houses and women's shelters and things like that, they would put the head of Medusa on it as a symbol for a safe place.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, because Medusa was, man, that's a rough life that she had. Jesus.
Really, really tragic.
And
like Gorgons in general didn't have happy stories.
Oh yeah, and like that's what I like about Greek mythology in general, is that if you change the perspective, you can have a completely different story, and it's just incredible too. And most of them are just tragedies. Most of them end horribly, anyways.
Yeah, I mean they're all they're like life lessons for people. They're also reinforcing the culture and the idea of ethics and what is right and what is wrong, and then also the religious aspect. Although in the Greeks it's much less Judeo-Christian. It's much more the gods. They're capricious and do whatever the hell they want, but they oftentimes are reacting to what humans do, and so they serve as kind of the embodiment of the consequences of your actions.
I honestly, I feel like 90% of Greek mythology could be boiled down to, well, look what happens when Zeus doesn't keep it in his pants.
That's actually very, very
that's that's half of it. And again, the other one is hubris. Somebody decides to ring the bell of hubris, and Nemesis goes, oh excuse me, I see I'm going to be meeting that guy soon.
Yep, man, it's really like, I just find it so interesting. So it's great. And I just hope that the video, I'm trying to make the video my best video ever, because I want to have a proper time where
so you're going to be like the guy on the tennis court. Yeah, I see.
Oh yeah. Like I want to narrate the Greek mythology portion, like Oedipus and all of that. I want to sit down, narrate it as if I'm telling you an Odyssey, have like rain playing in the background, have Renaissance paintings everywhere on the screen,
Right.
I want to make it epic when I'm saying stuff like that, and then we go back into the analysis. So
Sisyphus is an interesting one too, because most people think of it as this never-ending punishment, but it's a punishment of his own choosing. It's him being obsessed with that task to the detriment of everything else, and he just gets locked into it. Right.
Exactly. It's like that's something that you can compare to Old Boy. He has so many chances where he can just leave,
right,
but he's just so consumed by the task of revenge that he doesn't want to, and he knows the outcome they could have. But yeah, there you go. Then also you tie it into something like the death of Heracles too, where you have something that he did before coming back to haunt him, which ultimately leads to his demise.
Yeah, that he sows the seeds of his own destruction very early. And it's like, again, I see some hubris showed up. I'm going to be predicting Nemesis making a guest appearance in the end.
Yep.
Who ordered the hubris? Did you order hubris?
Yeah, do you order this?
and then
no, it's fine. Nemesis will get the bill. Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. Then you have like Oedipus, and Oedipus is basically like what Old Boy is like based on, essentially, because even the main character's main name is like Odaisu is his name, and the director said that he wants it to remind you of Oedipus because that's, well, no spoilers, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. There'll be some intra-family interestingness.
Yeah. So yeah, I just hope that I can get that done. I wanted to have it out before the 30th, but Jesus, man, the notes are killing me.
Yeah, the interesting thing is we do in some degree, or at least we did before the great beclowning arrived, but the entertainment that reinforces, reminds, or supports your ideas of what's right and wrong, what we view as important or not. That's got up and left a good long time ago. I mean, all like the old westerns were very much Greek plays, right?
Yep.
And now it's with postmodern idiocy, it's just a shit show.
They're making it up as they go along, and it's really obvious to
and they're really not that creative or talented. So
Not at all. And
there's a
postmodernism,
reason
like,
the
it really
classics are
killed
the
everything.
classics.
yeah, I mean, humans have been smart for a good damn long time. From the time that we actually started. Hey, wait a minute, we can actually affect the environment. Oh, I recognize that person has another mind, so I'm good, right? That there is nothing new under the sun. I don't care. It's the same problems, the same stories. They come dressed in different costumes and sets, but
Exactly.
everything is the same. I guarantee you, if I went down the Silk Road, in 530 AD and pulled him into the modern age, he could sell better than any MBA with a marketing degree could if I sent him back to that time, right? Because the tools of face-to-face sales are the most brutal and fastest way to learn. Because if you aren't good, then you aren't selling, and so you starve. And so if I just took him and said, no, you can actually talk to thousands of people, he would talk to them just exactly like he was talking to one person, the Arab trader. Whereas Marketoid wouldn't, but I'm gonna need the demographics. Whatever. No, you got one person there. Start talking.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird because you see all of this stuff like growing up in Ghana, where it's a third world country, so you have a lot of like bargaining to do and shit like that.
Right.
It's like you become good at it. My mom, I actually feel bad for all the people that try to sell us stuff because my mom genuinely, like, I feel like she starved them. So the dude's starting price, let's say, so I'll use dollars just for like for our sake. And so he'd start and say it's at $30. Like the first thing she said no, 14.
Yeah, yeah.
I always look at her, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like,
No,
at least
that's haggling. You immediately go half price, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
their reaction is how you keep going. And of course you act outraged when they 30. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. I've never. The
Like-
best I'll do is 15.
the worst part is that one time the dude wanted to sell us for 30 and she got him down to 2. And
Yes.
I saw the dude, he was so depressed like after
He's
it.
like, I just got my ass kicked. I just got my ass kicked.
He barely even said bye to us. My mom was just like, don't worry, the next customer you can charge him more. And then
Exactly. She'll make up for it on somebody that's not savvy.
Man, like my mom, if you take her to the black market, like she will absolutely destroy you. It is crazy.
Yeah, I love occasionally popping. Some people like, oh, the prices, whatever the hell, like it's just a general store or whatever. And I was like, you willing to haggle?
Mhm.
And they'll just look at me. Half of them don't even know what the word means.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like,
Oh.
you people wouldn't have made it in my time.
And well, I don't know if like most stores, like most places nowadays, like in the West specifically, like they don't do that anymore. Anyways, it's completely lost.
It's funny if you find so if you get like a store manager who's an older one or something like older guy or a woman, you'll find that sometimes you can haggle. I mean, my brother-in-law who is notoriously cheap. We were in a Walmart one time and he saw something. He was like, yeah, see it or whatever, but I don't want to pay that price. And they're like, what are you talking about? And he goes, give me the manager. And the manager came over, he was an older guy. He managed to haggle him down. He got it for like, a little over half of the price.
Jesus.
And it was not unboxed. It wasn't a demo model. It was anything. He was like, no, this is what I'm paying. This is all I've got. This, that, whatever. The guy was like, all right, fine. No done. Probably he was just happy to haggle with somebody.
Oh man, like yeah, because I like haggling too. I always haggle. Like I took that from my mom, and so whenever I go out and everything, I mean, even my dad. So my dad is the French one of the couple, but he's lived in Ghana for almost 30 years, and so like he's white, and over there, if you're white, it means like automatically you're rich. So they'll
Yeah.
triple the price.
Oh my god, no, yeah, triple the price, and oh my god, no, we can't leave. Oh, my family will starve. I got 5 kids to feed.
Exactly. And my dad, like, he just haggles them down. He's like, yo, fuck this. We're doing it. Because my dad actually used to sell in the black market itself, like
Right.
with the hagglers themselves. So he used to sell there like in the middle for like hours on end under the hot sun. So he knows how to do that shit.
I got no skills in that department. None.
I've always, I mean,
None. Me
the
neither.
haggling for me has always been more of entertainment than anything else. I'd do it
Mhm.
just for the fun of it.
Same.
You know,
Yeah,
I would have paid full price, but if I can get 5-10 minutes of, oh my God, you're killing me, Jesus, what? Oh, how am I going to feed my kids and all that? You know,
I'm too introverted for that. There's
Then
no.
you also
I don't
try
enjoy the
leaving,
sport.
and then it's when you start leaving that they're like, wait, come back.
Yeah,
You're like,
yeah.
oh yeah.
I mean, I just can't do that. Oh, hold it. Yeah, you got to be willing to walk away from it.
Ooh, yep. Mhm.
I'm a wasp. I was born to pay retail. I
Mm.
don't haggle.
Listen, Barbara, I'll try to get my mom. She'll take you down to the market. We'll see how it'll happen.
Yeah, one of his videos will be like that instructional video, but it'll be like, how to haggle. You get her in there with
Yeah.
the Yahtzees, and she'll have their pants before she's out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Getting the best price in Ghana, Volume 2.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, like
So you're caught with the
crazy.
microfilm. Well, if you're uninspired's mom, you're going to be running the Third Reich.
Right? Steve should have taken that course.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure.
I'll give you the microfilm. You
Yes.
leave my cherry intact.
Haggling is fun. Like it's something that I think everyone should learn because, especially like in third world countries, I don't think that that's going to change anytime soon. Even in 10 years, 15 years, I don't see that changing. So a lot of tourists get scammed so hard.
Yeah.
Because they like even they quadruple price you.
Well, yeah,
for
because they'll
tourists.
name any price, and Westerners are so used to just going, oh, well, that's the price, okay, and there you go.
Well, the thing about Westerners is that they convert it to dollars, and dollars it just like it's cheap for them, you know.
Right,
So that's why
right.
they
Yeah,
don't
it's a
mind
relative
doing it.
price. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, because I have a friend. She lives in Paris while I used to live in Ghana, and every time she'd go back to Ghana, any price they told her, most of the time she'd pay because she just convert it in her head and be like, "Oh wait, this is like cheap," so I don't really see the need to haggle or anything.
Right.
It's like, man, you have
Well,
to.
and there's a lot of places where that's almost insulting
Mm-hmm.
to not haggle.
Yeah. It's like it's crazy. Like they can literally give you 5 times the price, and some people will just convert it in their mind and be like, "Oh yeah, sure, no problem." The next
Yeah,
guy
for the seller, it's an insult because he thinks, oh, I didn't ask enough.
Yeah,
Because you just
exactly.
immediately took the first price.
Yep. There. Oh, nice. Well, yeah, I grew up there. I spent my 19 years of my life in Ghana. I even went back as recently as last year, December. Well, past December. Spent a month there for my sister's wedding. But
Nice.
yeah, Ghana is like the only place I've ever known. So France, I've only been living here since 2020. So yeah, Ghana is. I know everything there. It's good.
Get you the best price.
It's my home. My mom still lives there, so it's cool.
Yeah, really, the most, so like, I mean, there's used car lots or even new car lots or whatever, you get some
Mhm.
haggling in, but the best place to haggle in at least America are pawn shops.
Oh yeah,
Or swap
Pawn
meets.
shop, yeah, and thrift shops and swap meets.
hardcore porn.
Oh yeah.
Those people steal the shit out of you, man.
Oh, they
People-
stole the shit out of it to get it in the first place.
Oh yeah.
Pay 10% maybe of what it's worth. And
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I used to go and I brought home crap. I was like, I did not mean to buy this, but I started haggling and the price was so low. He was like, yeah, okay. And I was like, oh shit, no, I own it. Okay.
Yeah. No, I can't leave without it.
Yeah.
Man, it's like, oh, R2, yeah, the Pearl House. I've actually heard of that place in Ghana. It's like a school thing. It's in well, I won't even say the name of the place because you probably won't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's familiar to me. I haven't seen I haven't visited the place, but I know of it. Yeah. But Ghana is small. I mean, Accra is small, the capital. Seems big, but yeah. Good for tourists. You guys should go on vacation. It's pretty good. Inflation is crazy now though. So I think it's at about 200 or 300%. Actually, no, I
Oof.
think it's a 1,000. I'm not sure.
Yeah, don't never go full Zimbabwe.
Oh, yep. You take like 3 briefcases to go buy some
Yeah,
bread.
yeah. You're when they start printing $1 trillion notes, you know shit's gone wrong.
Oh yeah.
And they did. So yeah, you got that.
Mm-hmm.
All the zeros.
Yeah. Have you were you involved in any way with the hijinks with Mahler and the Star Wars reactor that tried to she went after Nerdrotic's channel, and then also
Oh, that
went
I
after
don't listen
Mahler.
to any of that because like it's like, man, all of these people are OnlyFans girls. Why would I listen to
That
I even told it to Princess Fiona. I was telling her, and she was like, "Oh, what do you mean? She's an OnlyFans girl?" I said most of the shill reactors that are young women on YouTube
Yeah.
have OnlyFans, and
Yeah.
she didn't believe me. And she actually pulled up a photo, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you're right." I was like, "Yeah, most
Yeah.
of them are. They don't
Yeah.
really care."
No. Yeah, the when they were kind of Mahler mentioned it, but he wasn't specific or anything, and
Mhm.
I was like, I have a pretty good idea who it would have been. It was the crazy bitch that had the eyebrows drawn all the way up to her hairline and was like having seizures, with oh my god, shaking her hands and all that crap. And yep, that was exactly who it was. Yeah.
Yep. Like all of these girls are in. I don't know if you know the channel Grizzy. Like he does.
Yeah,
those-
I'm
Yeah.
sub to Grizzy, yeah.
Like Grizzy, he does those compilation videos, and if you look, almost
I
all of the
died.
girls
The
in there.
episode 5 one, so she's in that, and I love the one though where Grace Randolph said some stupid shit, and he had a cut of a Ronald Reagan movie where he gets up and just slaps a bitch.
Man, Grizzy stuff is always funny. I just watch it. I watch his stuff all the time. Whenever he
Oh,
drops, I just find them
He's
so
doing
funny.
the Lord's work because
Oh, he is.
I
Oh
don't
my
want to cut that shit together. Oh,
The
God.
the thing, I mean, so this one thing, they're shills or whatever, and yeah, a good joke. I love the one. I think it was the number 6 episode where the chick asks who is Thrawn, and then like 3 minutes
Oh,
later,
yeah.
it's Thrawn. Like shit, like he's like, bitch, you didn't know that 3 minutes ago. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, because it's just so weird. Because when you actually watch the reaction stuff, you're like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, I don't watch a lot of movie reaction stuff because I
Oh,
feel like
fuck
a
that.
lot
I
of
got
it is
nosy.
exaggerated.
Yeah.
Especially when they show their faces. Like something like this, it's not exaggerated because we don't show our faces, or something like EFAP, it's not exaggerated because they don't really show their faces, or even Stupenzo that was in the chat, like he does that too. And it's not exaggerated because you don't see the reaction. It just from the voice, it's commentary. But when you see them
Right.
clapping like seals, it's like, oh my god, man.
Yeah, or again, that girl that was like having the damn seizure because oh my god, whatever, and turned it. She went full XQC for a minute. The thing is that I looked at it first. It was like, okay, so obviously, homegirl who didn't know who Thrawn was, she's just chilling for the reaction, right? She's just mining reaction content. But the seizure chick and a couple of the other ones, I was like, I'm not sure. I think that some of this reaction really is legit. That means they're retarded, but so funny thing is that nostalgia used to be considered a mental illness.
Really?
Yeah, it started in I think it was in Switzerland when it was first reported as that, and it was particular to the military. It was essentially like an overwhelming homesickness that negatively affected people following orders and stuff like that. Later it became much more about a yearning for things in the past that you can't have, right, and can't go back to, but you want to, and it's almost like a form of depression that you get wrapped up in this thing. Then that's what I want or whatever. And if you look at how a lot of these people are reacting, it's like, I think they should actually bring it back as a classification as a mental illness, because I think so much of it is that's the thing that I saw when I was a kid, and I want to live in that child like mentality and era. And it just, when I see it, it simply reinforces my, desire for living in that era. Right. And so
Most of
that's why they
these
act like children when they do it,
most
seal
of them
clapping.
are children. They don't have any true sense of nostalgia built up for this. Who's
That's actually
Thrawn?
true.
No, I mean, if you're looking at, I would guess that most of them were old enough to watch Rebels and Clone Wars, as kids, because that was like 10 years ago. So they were watching it, when they were like 10, around the age I was watching Empire Strikes Back. And now they're in their 20s and like, oh, but unlike those of us who had the adult fairy come and hit us on the head, I was like, yeah, that was neat. I enjoyed it. Then moved the hell on, right? They're
Right.
stuck there. And it helps that they're enabled by a bunch of other people who also have this kind of mass mental illness of nostalgia.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it seems so fake and so over.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's very clearly plenty of just straight up shilling.
Yeah, where they're just pantomiming for
Yeah,
clicks.
it's like, yeah, they're overacting to the point of melodrama.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
insane. So, and I don't know. I mean, I despise that kind of stuff so much that I have no idea what the full spectrum of, if there's legitimate reactions or all of it is just this clown show. But
No, I think that there's a, there's a large enough, because I mean, there's a ton of them that are just, they're on the twits. They're not making money off of content. They're not making money, doing videos or getting goodie bags from Disney or anything like that. Right. I think there's a good chunk of people. It's for the same reason that, oh my God, it's the Marvel movie, right? Red Letter Media captures the shilly and bandwagon type of fans when they do just content and just consume more content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're missing the people that they really do believe that this is great. Oh my God, and it's wonderful because it's such a dopamine hit to that nostalgia that they're just stuck in, right? That they don't want to realize that the past is the past. You can't go back. You need to deal with moving forward. And a lot of it is often fear of the future because it's an unknown thing, right? You're going to have to change, and I don't want to do that. And that's too much work. And I'll just sit here living in my parents' basements until I'm,
it also goes
40.
into like this larger thing that's happening today with young people, especially, well, not even young people, but you see people that are in their like 30s or 40s that they sort of act like kids,
right?
But because they want to be kids, because exactly they're scared of the unknown, because becoming an adult is actually fucking hard. It's something that even if you think you're ready for it, like me, for example, I thought I was ready for it. But Jesus, man, when I was
and then Nemesis goes, I'm sorry, was that some hubris that I smelled on you? I'm gonna come and pay you a visit on that.
It's like I was thrown into the deep end and I fucking drowned for a year. I was like, it was hard to keep my head on like over the water. So yeah, it's like it's crazy, but man,
and if you remember like the South Park episode about the member berries, it really is a drug, right? It's drugging them. That is a good representation of what nostalgia, the mental illness, is, right? That they just sit in this, jerking off to the past.
So now the writer's room is full of people roughly in that generation that member berries are enough for them, and they have no real life experience because they're, man children or
but
whatever.
the biggest issue is that it's society that's reinforcing your opinion, telling you that you're right to feel this nostalgia is good for you. That's the big problem though we have now, is that
Disney has weaponized it in a lot of ways.
Exactly.
But also that you have, you go to college and you're basically treated like a baby where you need safe spaces you can suck your thumb, and because oh my God, I heard an opinion I disagreed with. Twitter brigading, where it's just the mob is coming after those who dare challenge my delusions,
Yeah, and like
issues.
that's where like social media also becomes a double-edged sword of it's good because you can connect to people, but it's bad because of all of this happening around you. So you have like you're essentially just a like you're a slave to social media technically because you're becoming something else to the opinions of others. That's all you're relying on.
Yeah, I
And
think
people
that
don't have time to forge their own opinions.
right.
It's
Most
constant group like
right,
harassment,
the
you know what I
constant
mean?
reinforcement and peer
Exactly.
pressure, right? The thing about like almost all tech products, there's really only uh like three things they can do, right? They can amplify um an existing thing, right? Which is essentially like, okay, I'm going to have um instead of doing the work of one person, I can do the work of two people at that
Hmm.
level, right?
Yep.
You can augment, which is I can take someone and make them work at a higher level than they actually are, right? Partially. And then you can automate, which is I can remove the person doing that particular task, right? That's it. And in the same way that the social media just simply amplifies the things that already exist in social interaction, right?
Hmm.
My wife always jokes about, she was asking me about Twitter and the stupidity that goes on because she hears from it through the hell with Twitter. When it first came out, I was like 140 characters, maybe enough for your thoughts. I'm going to need some more. The thing is that every village had an idiot, right?
Hmm.
But it was localized and it got washed out by the rest of the sane people. Twitter is the village idiot convention center where they all came in and decided to party down, right?
It's distilled idiots.
Right, and just feeding on themselves without the the social
Buffer.
pressure of normal people going, nah, bro, you need to slow your roll, put your tinfoil hat down, right? And instead they just hang around with all the other village idiots, right? And so and peer pressure has always been a thing, but you usually had a broad enough spectrum of peers that it was pretty hard to get a particular negative thing rolling to get critical mass. It occasionally happens, right? The French Revolution is a good example. Nazi Germany. You've had any number of religious revivals that suddenly become very negative, and it's kind of a mass hysteria that goes for a little bit, but then it burns out, right?
Yep.
But this thing it's just it's not a single fire. It's just an arsonist running everywhere, setting fires all over the place, and good luck putting it out.
Yeah, and it's like
But it's just
it's also
amplifying the normal social things that happen. It's just that plus
even
plus.
even narcissism. Like, see the way the social media has absolutely blown narcissism out of the water in terms of like normal people nowadays. Like, social media is just validation, so it's just
Right, they're public
amplifying everything.
performance.
Exactly. It's just amplifying everything so badly to the point where, I mean, I even know some people that used to be normal and everything, but once they went onto social media, they seek that social media validation so much that you don't even recognize them in real life. You
Right.
realize that they're just living a fake life even in real life. You're like, man, if someone were to cut off the internet today, you'd probably die of a heart attack, you know?
Yeah. Well, they just wander around aimlessly, not knowing what the hell to do, right? And
Exactly.
almost
Well,
have to
what
have like re-education to bring them back into normal society.
Well,
And
what scares me is that they're going to show up banging on my door for food and water. No idea how to light a fire, no idea how to accumulate safe drinking water, no idea how to
I
grow
mean,
food.
some young
well,
people
they're
today
going to make
don't
the
even know how
mistake
to
knocking on
cook.
my door that I have ammo and guns, so I can ask you to leave.
I
In
can
fact, I can tell you very
confirm or
forcefully.
deny.
I'm
Mhm.
French. I'll just give them wine and cheese, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, they'll bring the whining to you. It's fine.
Well, then I'll be knocking at the Frenchman's.
Oh yeah.
All we have to
That's
do is
all I
swim.
want in life is
All we have to do is swim
wine
across the
and cheese.
Atlantic. I mean, if it was good enough for Galadriel, we can do it.
The
other thing is, so the hilarity that blew up with XQC in the React or the lack thereof content, right? Remember, so watching those EFAPs where Mueller is having the what can generously be described as a debate with XQC, which was painful. I mean, it was
really hard to watch.
Stick an ice pick in my ear kind of thing, just so I don't have to hear, the it was like,
Yeah,
get off the
XQC
mouth
is
before you talk.
fucking incomprehensible, man. Like,
But
chat. How do we?
it was like back off on the stimulants. But the thing, so I watched the original shit show, Mahler's debate, the one with Ethan, and then I happened upon a discussion with it was Destiny, Tom Dark, and XQC, and that one apparently somebody had hidden his Adderall or meth because he was talking slower, and it was kind of an after action report on the debate he had with Ethan, where he finished with the world's worst worm. And the thing that I kept picking up, and I was like, okay, I'm starting to see why there's such a cognitive dissonance, and why he says things and you're like, oh, he's trying to dodge. No, he's not, right?
He can't connect dots.
No, he does. The thing is, your worldview and sane worldview doesn't match up with Twitch and streamer worldview, in that everything they do is about monetized content. They take a shit, they want that streamed, right? It's every interaction is, how can I monetize that, right? Every relationship is, how can I benefit from you, and oh, by the way, I'll let you benefit from me, right? And so him being able to process that, no, I made this, I own it, I decide who gets to use it or not. I don't care about money, I don't care about exposure or anything else. I can make it and stick it, in a hole in my backyard and never show it to anybody, and that's my right, because it was made with my labor and I own my labor, right? That is an entirely foreign concept to them, because anything you do should be about monetization. Right. And it's just a worldview where people are like, what? No. And it's like, you need to stop and take a step back, understand what their motivations and how they see the world is. It makes sense. It's fucked up, but it makes sense if that's how you see things, right? And it doesn't help that, he started when he was maybe 13.
Yeah, he started when he was young. Like, this is basically the only life that he's ever known, is like streaming like this. So
right. And every peer he has thinks they have the same Twitch brain. Right. And listening to conversations between different Twitch streamers, they're absolutely like, no, I understand perfectly. I mean, they make fun of XQC because he was so fucking incompetent in his verbalizations and all that. But the thoughts behind him and the worldview and all that absolutely rings true to them. They're just like, he's just shit at making the point. We could do it better because, we understand it. And it's like, but you have two different, completely different worldviews that there's no real way to reconcile them, because they don't share first principles.
That's the thing. It's like, you have someone with such a different worldview that whenever the two worlds clashes, it's not even a matter of it's just a matter of perception at this point. Because what can you even do to tell this person or to show this person the different worldview, apart from completely remove and destroy
the same language anymore?
Right.
Right.
All you're doing is you're arguing what your favorite color is. Right. Because you share no fundamental first principle, where it's like, okay, we both agree this thing, right? This kind of fundamental truth. We can at least derive things from that. Nah, we don't share that. Right.
Exactly.
And R2, that's true, except that notice how absolute their morality gets when it comes to them and the things that they like. They're only relativistic when it comes to other people.
True.
And that's it. Like, that's a big problem that we have, and our society just keeps reinforcing this type of shit and building
this stupid.
It's like you're basically just reinforcing all of this, and it is a mental health epidemic, because, well, people are just becoming stupider as well too. Because I don't know, like, for example, me, the only Twitch streamer that I watch, because I've never been on Twitch or anything. The only Twitch streamer that I watch is Charlie, who's also known as Moist
Yeah,
Critical.
Moist. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
you
it.
watch
Like
them on YouTube, right?
I always watch. Yeah, I've never been on Twitch ever.
Me neither.
Did it like I've never had any interest in watching people live stream like just one
Yeah.
person in front of a camera. I don't find that interesting.
I think
it's the
the
culture of Twitch that makes me break out in hives.
Yeah,
Not the
it's
little
well,
things like the slang, but it's just the whole gestalt sort of.
it's content brain, right? I mean,
Yeah.
this Twitch content brain where everything, but I mean, it happens with YouTube as well. I mean, go look at the polls. You know, those two brothers are idiots, but they have managed to monetize everything 6 ways from Sunday, right? And
Right.
and they were doing that on YouTube. You know, they started out on Vine, but they really started making the bank on YouTube.
True.
Well, YouTube's just done the same thing that Google and whoever does with everything is that, oh, Twitch does this. Okay, now YouTube does this. So, I mean, that's where all this chat.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anyway because the YouTube is Google's an ad platform. That's it's everybody's talking about it's a tech company. No, it's not. It's an ad sales company. That's what it does. Everything else is just a platform for it, right?
It is 100% true. My my nephew works for Google, and that's all he does is.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the Google,
work.
you know,
That's
a
it.
number of people at Google before they bought DoubleClick, when they were actually trying to be a tech company, and then they bought DoubleClick, and that was the end of that. You became an ad company because that's how you make money, right? At the end of the day, you tell me how you make money, I'll tell you what kind of business you are. Also tell you who your customers are.
Well,
They're the
Twitch
people that
doesn't
pay
know
you.
how to make money, that's for sure.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
That's burning to the ground as we speak.
Yeah, but it's got Big Daddy Amazon backing it up. It's just like Disney and its movie studios. Those are rounding errors compared to the actual revenues that come in
But
from the parks and all
just
that.
like Disney, now people are starting to ask questions and collect the bill. So
Yeah, well, it takes again, you can afford to have luxury vanity projects when the economy's going great and number go up all the time on the stock price, right? Let there be a real hard downturn and you'll start to see a lot of this, you know, these luxury efforts blow away.
Mhm.
But I think the only time I was ever, it wasn't even Twitch, it was still Justin TV. And I was checking it out because Mojang was live coding work on like Minecraft and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I jumped in like a couple of times just to kind of see what he was doing and how he was thinking about stuff. And I got bored pretty quick because fuck Java. But but no, I mean it's that view. I mean that's the grind. That if you want to maximize your income and money, you know, revenue from doing content, they absolutely are showing you the way to do it.
Yep.
Now, whether you want to do it or not is an entirely different thing. It's too much bullshit for me.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like it's always just going after low-hanging fruit, and you know, any publicity is essentially good publicity in that type of mindset. It's not pretty good. It's kind of like how do you want your promotion? You know, do you want to be on your knees or do you want to earn it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
That's pretty
it's
much
the you know, oh well, I've been here for 5 years. I don't care how long you've been here. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, you know, and oh well, he's been here and he's a good guy. We don't pay him for what he did yesterday. We already paid him for that shit. You pay him for now and in the future. And if you're not good, then bye.
yeah,
Yep.
I don't need him to be a good guy. I need him to be good at his job.
Yeah. If he's a good guy, that's bonus. But but he was a good worker. He was. I noticed that.
Yeah.
You know, that,
It's crazy, and like that's just the mentality that it is now. And man, it's just
well, and
it
it's
is really
get rich
annoying.
quick, right? It's short term greed. The you can make a lot of money in the short, like the whole cryptocurrency shit, which like in 2012 or 2013, I was telling people this is bullshit. Stop it. They're like, no, but you're making money. I was like, oh, I don't argue that you can't make money speculating. What I'm telling you is that this thing is ultimately it is inevitably doomed, and I'm not wasting time trying to time something up, right? It's too much work for too little reward and too much variability to try and bet on when the bottom is going to drop out of, bullshit, hype and
Oh yeah.
bubble, right?
I mean, like
I would
I
rather
can
have
I can
something that
even
I
speak
know is
of
going to be good, and I can just leave it the fuck alone
yeah.
because it will work.
Like I agree. Like I'm even someone who like I even had a crypto school like that me and my friend developed. So we would teach people crypto and like
Right.
because we were pretty good at it like from the get go because we'd been doing it before it even blew up. So it was something that we knew like the back of our hands. So we were just like, you know what, why don't we just like cash in on this trend that people want to learn crypto and all that stuff. So we were
Right.
charging like $100 for classes, and we were just doing like Zoom call courses and stuff like that, teaching people how to use crypto and use the apps and all that shit, what to be aware of. But we knew that it wouldn't last properly. So we took the money, we reinvested it in our crypto, and like since we know the ins and outs, like not like amateurs, so we know how to make the money grow in a very short period of time, and we just like did all of that, and we made our own money properly, and now crypto
Yeah,
and
you
NFTs are dead, but
you
we still made
provided
our
a
money.
service. You didn't rip anybody off. You
Yeah,
gave them
exactly.
what they
Yeah,
paid
but again,
for.
it's a timing thing, right? So the
Yeah,
thing is
always.
that you could have, and we're gonna take what we make, we're gonna put it back in crypto, and we
Mhm.
know, given that number go up in past, number go up in future, right? Right up until it didn't.
Exactly.
You
Like
know,
that's the thing. It's like that's what we did. We knew that it was a time thing, which is why we were like, we have to get on this quick. We have to do this shit fast.
right?
It's 2020. Everyone's like locked down and stuff, so people are just have a lot of free time. But we knew that by like 2023 it would be over. So we were just like, let's do this quick. We did it for like, what, a year and a half, and we stopped just before
Just
the
before Luna went down.
yeah, just before Luda fucking died, man.
When I remember the day that I saw the Luna news, and I started laughing and called up like some friends of mine that were like, "Nah, man, you don't know what you're talking about, the crypto shit." And it was like, called up and was like, "So how you feeling?" "Oh, it's just
No.
this one thing." And I was like, "Dude, in 6 months, crypto's dead."
And you see, like that's like the amateurs that lost money with when the stuff crashed, because you have the apps that you use for crypto. Like for example, Binance is one of the apps, but like on there you can actually set specific settings. Whereas once the thing dips under a specific
Yeah, you
amount,
have
then
sell
you like
orders. Yeah, buy sell orders.
exactly it sells automatically. And like these people are like, oh, I lost all my money in a day. I'm like, you guys don't put all of that automatically once you buy a crypto. It's
Oh
so
man, diamond
stupid.
hands to the moon. Oh, okay, yeah.
It's so stupid. It's like these people they were sold like a lie. They were sold that they would get rich quick and that would be it. And that's getting rich quick is essentially a huge problem that we have now, which I think it goes to procrastination in the youth. Because if you look at young people nowadays, what they want to do is get rich quick. So they're not trying to become like engineers or anything like that. They're not in it for
No,
the
they're
long
gambling.
game. Exactly, they're in it for the they're in it for the short game, and even that, processing stuff like short form content, giving those small hits of dopamine each time, is like that's enough for them to sustain. So I really wonder how it's gonna be in the future with the new generation growing up on all of this stuff.
Well, so I think part of it is that they have been brought up, A, capitalism bad,
Mhm.
and B, that working hard and producing something is a sucker's game, right?
Yep.
That everything is kind of fickle finger of fate, and then you just take advantage of anything you can while you can, regardless. My wife was like, "Well, if you knew this crypto stuff, whatever," and I was like, "Well," because we kept watching the scams and the rug pulls and all that, and I'd
Oh
be
yeah,
laughing
there are
about
lots
it,
of
and
those.
and my wife was like, "What's up?" And I was like, "Well, if it wasn't for my pesky morals and ethics, I'd be 10 kinds of rich. This is not
We'd be
hard.
eating
I
good
can
tonight.
tell you exactly how this did." I was watching like reports on scams, and I'd be like, so this will end up because it's a scam, but it ended too soon because they were incompetent doing XYZ, and pointed out the things where they could have made it run longer and got more earnings out of it.
Mhm.
But it was just every Joe Blow, doing scam of the week type stuff. And I
Yeah,
was like, if you're competent at it or whatever. And she was like, well, again, morals and ethics. These are the things that trip me up on
exactly.
the whole scamming thing. Right. Um, but that there's always been people that are about to get rich quick, right? And doing the easy way. Jack and the Beanstalk. I mean, that's exactly what that story is about, right? Where everybody's like, really, you traded for the bean? No, they're magic beans, except that they actually turn out to be magic, right? But then shit gets real in a hurry. But that whole idea of people selling you, the dream, and you wanting it, even though if you rationally thought about it, it was like, well, that's too good to be true, right? So it can't be. No, but this is different because I really want it, right? And so being led by their emotion, or in many cases desperation, because a lot of those crypto scams were hitting the poor.
Yeah, which is weird. And like it fascinated me like that because like I just think that it's pure desperation at that point of getting into something that you don't know a lot about,
Right,
Well,
but everything you've heard is never go up, right?
The economy in a lot of places was desperate, and still is desperate. So you can't totally just blame people for
No, exactly. It's
wanting
like
relief.
that's the sign of pure desperation of investing in something that you know nothing about, just hoping that it goes
Right.
up.
It's a lifeline. The problem is it's tied to an anchor. You just don't realize it. Right. But yeah, that's always existed. The thing, and that's another thing I picked up from listening to XQC kind of more. He knows his content shit. He flat out admits it. Right.
Yeah, he does.
And he's like, look, the thing is that somebody is going to come along. And when I'm off my game, when I'm not, on pure grind mode or whatever, if I get sloppy and lazy, somebody's going to kick me right the fuck out, and I'm going to be a has-been and done. Right. But he's getting his bag while he can, because he knows there's an expiration date on it. Right. The hilarious ones are the ones that think that this grift runs forever.
Right.
Right. The OnlyFans would be like, oh, I can't wait till you're 40. I'm going to see how that works out for you. Right. Those assets are depreciating every day thanks to gravity.
It's crazy.
They're not wrong. It's just the mindset that has developed in that cauldron is they treat social relationships the same way.
Right. Everything is
what I can.
Right. Everything is economic, and in a
everything is transactional. Everything is
right.
What can I get from you?
Right.
And that ain't healthy.
Yeah,
no, but I mean, does anything? Do any of these people seem healthy to you mentally? I mean, maybe they need to watch the mental health video we just watched to help them out a bit.
Yeah, I've watched too much Hassan.
No, that shit I can't watch. No,
he is just
that mouth breathing moron.
Dude,
like
I'm telling you, I literally discovered Twitch streamers in 2021. Like, that was my first time ever discovering that Twitch streamers actually existed. And thankfully, the first dude that popped up in my feed ever was Charlie. And Charlie is always on my TV nowadays. Like, once you enter my house, Charlie is playing on the TV because I just like having his voice in the background. It's just like relaxing.
Stoner older brother that wanders into your room once in a while and plays guitar.
My brother-in-law calls him Jesus Christ. He's always my brother-in-law, whenever he walks into the living room, he's like, "Oh, you're watching Jesus Christ." I was like, yeah.
Jesus is surfing the web again. Jesus, there you go.
It was like it's actually informative content. You learn stuff that you weren't gonna learn before.
He's one of the better ones. His particular flavor isn't exactly mine, but I do respect him.
It's like, yeah, thank God I didn't fall on XQ. I mean, I did fall on XQC after falling on Charlie, but I couldn't understand a word of what that dude was saying. So I was like, oh, hell no.
Oh, it's because he speaks French. Oh, wait. No, that's not the problem. Yeah.
It's like French Canadian. It's like, nah.
No, it's because he speaks meth. That's his problem.
Yeah, he's speaking Adderall. Trust me, I did the research.
And he's got the brain capacity of a 12-year-old at best.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not an especially bright one either.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, he knows the grind and the grift, right? I mean, I remember watching it was like the ESPN 30 for 30s, right? And one of the things they were doing were athletes, especially professional football players who had lost all their money, right? And one of them was Andre Rison, who was a great receiver for Atlanta for a number of years, and absolutely busted broke. But they were talking about when he was first signed. So he gets a signing bonus of like $2 million, right?
Yeah.
And so they give him the check or whatever, and it's great. And he gets a call like 2 months later going, did you deposit that check? And he's like, no, I mean, I framed it on the wall. He didn't understand that you needed to have a bank account and deposit the money in there, right?
Oh, yeah.
But everybody's like, oh, this guy's stupid. And I was like, wait a minute. So if you know where he grew up, nobody's having a bank account, right? And if I drop, an accountant in there and he doesn't know the correct colors to wear on which blocks you're in, his ass is dead, right?
Yep.
So the life skills that he learned that kept him alive are absolutely useful and pretty damned effective in the environment he grew up in. That you are now putting him in a different environment. No, he's not adapted to that. That speaks to maybe somebody in any of his schooling should have taught him that. But no, everybody's making money off of him. The universities and the prep schools that he went to high school in, where it's basically just show up and catch the ball and you pass, right? But that skill set, if in the right circumstances, is really damn useful and keeps you alive. And if you look at how so many of those Twitch streamers behave, it's the same thing, right? In the environment they're in that hyper competitive content, monetize everything. Every relationship is transactional and monetary. What do I gain from this? And all that, and then everybody is the same way to you, right? In the real world, they're going to flounder and wonder what the fuck happened.
Sure,
but
yeah.
in that world, they're absolutely on top of the game with that grind that we would be dropped in there and be absolutely lost.
I don't think anyone's saying that they don't know what they're doing in that situation, but yeah, they'd be useless if they had a flat tire.
Right. And the thing is that we judge it based on the man in the real world or whatever. Yeah, they're not in there. They're in a different world. It's an entirely everybody they know, everything that they're surrounded by is that what color do you wear on which block, right? On the Twitch side. And it's about, monetization and content, and relationships are all about, what are our economic benefits for that. And we look at it and go, well, this is a fool. No, that's the reason they're successful and alive in that world, the only world they know.
Sooner or later, though, that all of that will end for every one of them.
Right, but that's true for us as well. Let shit go sideways, and all of a sudden we're in the middle of a civil war or something. There's going to be a whole lot of people wondering what the fuck. Right?
Yeah, oh, for sure. But like, that's just the problem, as we were saying before. Like, the internet just amplifies all of this stuff, and the worst part is that you have other people validating you consistently, constantly validating you and whatever you believe in, because there is something for everyone on the internet. That's like the beauty and the terror of it,
Yep.
There's a place for everyone for any single thing that you have.
What is it? Rule 34 that anything you can think of, there's porn.
Yep.
Of it. Yeah.
Yep. That is 100%. I am sure that is 100% true. Like, there is for anything. You just have to. Maybe you won't find it on the actual normal internet, but if you get an Onion tour or something like that, you go on the dark web, you find whatever.
Yeah, look hard enough, you'll find it. Yeah, and I think that the again, it's like nostalgia, right? That I want to stay in that comfortable place. That's the same attraction that people have to echo chambers, right? Where I'm constantly validated. I'm never challenged, so I don't have to deal with hard things like maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I don't understand something correctly, or that I'm not as smart as somebody else, right? That I'm constantly in this comfort bubble of affirmation.
Yep.
And I think that's why the so many movies talking about, look, we have a one-legged bisexual Chinese / black woman And look, you're seen, right?
Mhm.
The lowest common denominator that Hollywood goes for now is affirmation, not inspiration or aspiration.
Right. No, there's no aspiration to anything. I don't.
I mean, it
It's
inspires me
baffling.
to put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger, but that's
Sure.
But
Yeah.
representation matters.
Yeah, it's like representation matters if you don't really count in what was like the representation that you had for the last like what 30 fucking years.
And if
well,
you have
or
no
again,
imagination,
what you're representing is ascriptive things, right? The oh look, tall people, I'm represented. Fuck that, I don't care. Tell me about the mind, right? The thing that I can actually control of who I am, right, is the thoughts that I have and the things that I choose to do, not the color of my skin or my height or anything else.
yeah, I just it speaks something about I don't know, lack of imagination or just I don't know, or is it
Well, I
just
think it speaks of like the people too, because like the people themselves, because I know some people that for example, I have a friend like she lost a couple of fingers in an accident, and like she's my age, so it's pretty young, but whenever she sees a person that's disabled or anything on screen, she's not like, oh my god, yeah, I
oh,
feel
it's
so represented.
like
It's
me
like
for real.
it's
Yeah.
like none of my friends actually grew up thinking any of that, but I do know some that whenever they went to like America to study or something like that, or they went to like very Western countries where all of this is incredibly prevalent, they now are saying like, oh yeah, we have like a black Little Mermaid. I'm so happy, I feel represented. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, who are you? Why are you lying like this? Why are you just conforming to norms? What type of peer pressure is grabbing you to force you to say this?
Well, I think so again, it's affirmation, right? Oh, I'm seen, and that matters. Also, that they don't have the trust in their own opinions to go, nah, man, it's bullshit, right? It's
Yeah.
someone who I believe is authority, whether that's just the mob of peers or it's I went to college and they made me take the grievance studies courses, or whatever, right? That I
Whatever
came
your
out.
bubble is, yeah.
Oh, this is really the true way of it, because I mean, you don't know shit when you go into college, and very little more when you came out of it, right? Certainly with regards to operation in the real world.
Yeah.
But you think you do, because you're at that age where you know everything, despite all evidence to the contrary. And so they've been given an easy prepackaged understanding of why they're not successful that doesn't actually involve them having to take responsibility.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And boy, is that comforting.
Oh yeah. Like
Right.
that's
And how's that working out?
Well, they're damned comfortable right up until they're not.
Yeah, it's like, well, you see comfort in a lot of stuff, and that's the main issue, is that like you see comfort in these groups that you have, you see comfort in all of that stuff, and it's just so annoying because there's so many people, like their voices are basically amplified by the internet and all of that.
Right.
So whenever you try and take them out of that comfort zone, there's so many people that want to bring them back in, or there's so many ways for them to just consistently stay there that they
Right.
never want their views challenged. And that's the real problem, is just
Well, again, it's
taking them out.
affirmation versus inspiration or aspiration, right? The best peer groups that you're in challenge you to be better.
Yep.
Right. And so that's inspiration or aspirational. Affirmation is the lazy, easy way. But it's the most comfortable. I don't have to change me. It's the world that needs to change.
Yep. Exactly. It's like, it's weird because you always see people nowadays, like me, for example, all of the friends that I have, we disagree with a lot of stuff. We like debating. We really, really like debating each other, even if it's just like on small stuff. But it's always something where we know that we can talk about anything and have no issue. But I keep my friend circle very small. Like, I have basically 5 people that I consider very, very close friends. The rest of them, I do consider them friends, but not at that level,
Yeah, I know people that'll be like, "Oh, I've got, 30 or 40 friends." No, you don't. You have 30 or 40 acquaintances, right? My definition of a friend is I need to call them at 3 a.m. because we need to drop a body.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, who's going to help me dig the hole? Pretty short list. Those are my friends.
Oh, yep.
And the other thing is
my best memories of college actually are
dropping
those
bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making Frankenstein's monster, getting some
Yeah.
corpses from the morgue.
I was never very good at putting them back together.
I mean, they didn't say no.
Yeah, just having those late night beer debates, sitting around a table at somebody's house or whatever, and having throwdown debates, but nothing
I feel like you can't even
unfriendly.
have those anymore because people
No,
just get
that's what I
so
was
bent out
getting
of
to.
shape out
Yeah.
of
Well,
slightest disagreement, and they
well,
don't know how to
exactly.
handle conflict.
Right.
People used to be able to debate politics civilly and
Right.
not
It's because you had to be
be
around people who had differing opinions.
right.
And so in
And
order
now you
to,
don't.
because humans are in many ways porcupines, right? You get us closed into to environments and we start poking each other in a lot of ways. We get irritated and suddenly shit blows up. So what we do is we have, basic etiquette that kind of lubricates the social
Right.
interactions. It smooths down the spine so we're not constantly poking. So if somebody is radical leftist but isn't an ass about it, be like, all right, well, I mean, you do you. It's not my problem, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
and we
and
could talk
there
about
was
something.
a time when that could be a thing where you didn't have to constantly sweat having a different opinion.
Well,
And
Yeah, I don't have to sweat that. I mean, if you
that's
don't
the
like
thing
it,
about
come at me, bro.
I
today.
mean, what I mean is there was a time frame in my generation in which it didn't matter what the other person's opinion was because it didn't affect you.
Right.
It's not hurting you personally. It's not affecting your pocketbook. It's not affecting your health. It's none of your damn business.
Yeah, I
and
might
you
wish
can
that
move
guy
on
couldn't
with life.
vote, but oh well. I mean, that's I have to concede that in a civil society he gets to vote too, even no matter how wrong he is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's true. Well, the thing is that it's also the superficiality of everything it is today. Because if you have a friend, well, as we were saying before, like people like the Twitch streamers, they live in their own world. Everyone is basically just a transactional relationship. So you
Right.
have a lot of people today that have people that they call friends, but they're mostly just transactional relationships. So whenever someone disagrees with whatever they said, they just go back to their community, leave this person, and pluck a different person from their community and surround themselves with yes men once again. And
Right.
with the internet, it's just so easy to do that, whether it be physically or online. You'll always have people everywhere around the world that will agree with you on something eventually. And so if you want to replace someone that you've known, because that relationship is solely transactional, you have no issue doing it. It doesn't really give you any it doesn't really burden you emotionally to just cast someone aside.
Right. Those people exist. Again, it's transactional, whether it's monetary or otherwise, right? They exist to
Yes.
affirm you. And if that person no longer affirms you, well, then that transaction is done. Go find somebody that you can transact with that affirms you.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
And the other thing is that so in the past, kind of the social currency for status and respect was civility and competence. Right. Now it's victimhood.
Yep.
Right.
Right. And
Right.
when you decide that victimization is the social currency in which status is achieved, you're in a race now, right? And it's a race to the bottom. The funny thing is that I've always said that representation is done by people who didn't finish their math. Where so if you start with, well, they're of a different race, right? And so I'm seen. Well, yeah, but what about race and sex? Oh yeah. Well, then what about height? What about weight? What about disability or this and whatever? Right? Keep chopping it up, and eventually, I have to see me, right? And I have to the individual has to be the thing that's represented.
Yep.
Well, good luck with that.
It's also this is like to people like Andrew in the chat, because Andrew's around my age, and it's never been such an easy time to be successful, because everyone else around you is mostly trying to be a victim. So they're not focusing on being the best version of themselves or being good at what they want to be. So for example, if you want to be like a filmmaker or something like that, you know that eventually this thing is going to die out, but today you can work 1,000 times harder than all of these other like people that have victim mentalities, solely because you'll be the only one working your ass off while the others are just begging, essentially.
Right.
So it's
There's a lane
never been
open.
as easy. Like,
There's
yeah,
a
it's
lane open
never
for
been as easy
integrity.
to be the best of the best in
Yeah,
what you want.
there's so many people opting out of the competence game. It's like, well, thanks for making it easier for me. The playing field is wide open.
Yeah, that's what Adam was saying. He's like, lane is open.
Yeah, I mean, it's
authenticity and hard work, and
yeah. Whenever I'd have a friend that would come out to me and be like, "Well, I'm gay," and I was like, "Hey, great." And he's like, "Well, I thought you'd be mad, dude. Less competition. What are you talking about? Thanks for getting out of my way."
Yeah, I could use a wingman this weekend.
Exactly.
Oh,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think but again, you're right that a thing that can't go on forever won't. I can tell you the story of how this goes. I can tell you generally how it ends. I can't give you a timeline because I mean that's the problem with predicting things, right? That I know, again, with crypto, I knew exactly how this shit was going to end, but I can't give you any timeline, right? I can't put a date on it or anything, which is why I never got into it, because if I can't predict how long it runs, then why would I be involved in it, right? Because I'm not going to sit and obsess about trying to time up something in which I don't have any control over it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. But sit back and yeah, media companies, Disney's starting to realize, we got a problem here, right?
Money is draining.
The funny thing to me is the InBev stuff with Bud Light, right? That everybody is getting this dead wrong. But they're talking about this is a boycott. No, it's not. What you have is a preference cascade.
Boycotts famously work.
Yeah, not at all.
Always.
Right. The thing,
and
but
petitions.
Yeah, you can have a boycott work for a short period of time if you're really well organized and you got enough people that are outraged or whatever, right? But it dies out.
Yep,
that's not what you have here. You have and they're thinking, we can turn this around. No, you cannot. You had a preference cascade where you decided one thing, it got around, and given your target demographic, right? The last thing you want to do if you're a dude hanging out with a bunch of other dudes is pull out your beer and people go, "You got something you want to tell us?"
Well,
I just noticed you had the Bud Light. We're fine with it. It's cool. You be you, this, that, whatever. No, you're not taking that ball busting. You will pick another beer and you're done with it, right? It has been associated with a certain thing. You're done with it.
But most of these people are not smart enough to even investigate who is selling them the beer, so they're just switching flavors from something from the same multinational.
So I was telling Adam the story a couple of weeks ago, back when I was very young, like uninspired age. I was working at a department store, and on my lunch break, I had Carl's Jr., which is Hardee's out here.
Yeah,
Hardee's in the Midwest.
Yeah.
And the girl that was sitting across from me was just absolutely aghast. She's like, "We're boycotting Carl's. They're ruining the rainforest." And I'm like,
just Carl's.
Well, first of all, who's we, Kimosabi?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I didn't do anything to the rainforest. I just wanted a burger for lunch. Give me a break.
Yeah, I remember hearing about there was always a boycott of the month or whatever. I don't know, in the 90s, the 2000s or whatever. It's like, well, we're not drinking Coke this month. Like, okay, well, Pepsi, I'm sure, is the cleanest footprint on this planet or whatever. Slavery, exploitation.
We're boycotting this. I'm boycotting stupid this month. So get the fuck out of my face.
From the people that brought you Buy Nothing Day, which is supposed to be like Black Friday or whatever. So you put off putting gas in your car till the day after. Like, well, I made a difference.
That'll fix it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's just that's another thing is the people that get fixated on global problems without solving shit in their neighborhood.
Yep.
Oh,
right. Again, it gives you this feeling of I'm doing something without actually having to invest in anything, or whatever. Right? You remember the Boko Haram stuff, where we're going to hash brown the Save Our Girls or whatever the hell it was, right? That Michelle Obama was pushing out, and everybody on Twitter was going to do that. And I was like, yeah, those hashtags, that's really going to do nothing. But it made me feel good, and that's what matters, right?
Mhm.
Again, it
Yeah.
affirmed that I'm a good person.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
And I used to tell people, it was like, look, the whole virtue signaling thing, it's like masturbation. Yeah, it feels good, but it does nothing.
Doesn't do anything.
And afterwards you might feel a little guilty about being involved in it.
Well,
Especially if somebody walks in and sees you doing it. And you insist on doing it on social media.
But as long as, like, for now, it gains you status and everything like that, people will do it. But the worst part is that they're doing it on the internet, and the internet is incredibly the worst part. They'll do it because the internet is forever, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I love oh my God, they're dragging up shit that I didn't. Yes, they are. It's kind of how the internet works. I mean, if you go back and look in Usenet long enough, you can find shit from me from 1989, 1990, and I stand by them.
Well,
no matter how stupid they were, I assure you, at the time I meant what I said, unless I was arguing a viewpoint that I just wanted to argue without actually believing in it.
Well, that's the thing, is personal growth has been canceled via cancellations. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
you're not
Oh,
allowed
yeah.
to be dumb in your 20s anymore. Well, that
Mhm.
was 30 fucking years ago. I feel like I've changed for the better.
Yeah, but the thing is that, I mean, a lot of cancellation requires you to be a willing accomplice in it.
Yes.
That's true. A good chunk of it. Yeah.
I just find
Shame on you.
cancellation incredibly
Fuck
stupid
yourself.
because it's
What?
like cancellation is one of those things where they're like, these people that counsel you are constantly saying that it's good to change. You have to change your ways and everything like that. And it's like, you're telling people to change for the better, but the fact that you're canceling them on 20-year-old like comments proves that you don't believe that people can change either way, because like, so you don't believe that this person has a different worldview in 20 years, or you don't believe that this person doesn't like think like this in 20 years. You know, it's crazy to me.
It's religion. It's very much a religious mindset. There's not anything rational. We have the liturgies that we have to go through. Did you make sure your Ukrainian flag was in your bio? Did you put in your pronouns? Right. That's all part of the liturgy. But it's the shittiest kind of religion because there's no redemption available.
Yep.
If you're a heretic, you get called out, you're done. No redemption. Right.
Yeah,
Well, if I'm going to have to choose a religion, I'd like the one where I have a path to redemption.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the anytime they're like, oh, I'm shocked and offended, whatever. As soon as I hear an apology, I was like, well, thank you for volunteering to be a part of this theater.
To be a part of the sacrifice.
I don't know why you think this is going to help, because now they're just doubling, dogpiling twice as much because they know that you'll bend the knee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they know that, like, you give them an inch, you give them a mile. That's what people say. So
well, it also helps them self-reinforce their unwillingness to go outside of their bubble or to change or develop.
Well,
or
it enforces the righteousness of their thing, because you admitted that you are guilty, and so they're correct, right?
Yeah, it enforces the righteousness of their crusade, because this is a fucking crusade that they're doing. So anything that would enforce that, it's like my generation of young people, so like that are in their 20s. I mean, even some that go up to their 30s. A lot of them are people that maybe have not accomplished something in life, don't know what they want to accomplish in life, but want to leave their mark. So what are they going to do? They're going to become social justice warriors. Yeah, exactly.
with no effort, right? It's the affirmation with the least effort, because that's the most comfortable.
Yeah, because you go to school, when you're growing up, you go to school, you hear that people that wanted change were out in the streets protesting and all of that. So what you automatically do is like, oh man, this is going on. If I want to make a change, then I have to be out in the street protesting, or I have to show something like that. Meanwhile, you don't even 100% believe in the cause or anything like that. You just want to show other people that you are there. It's to tell other people in like 5-10 years that, oh yeah, I was at these protests. I was
there's a certain FOMO to it. Right, the fear of missing out.
Confirm nor deny that I
look. I may not have
was...
marched, but the reason I was there was protest pussy. That was all I was there for. I didn't care what it was. I was just.
And activist girls are riled up. And
exactly.
Do you believe
the problem is you very quickly start smelling the crazy on them, and you're like, nah, I'm out. Bye.
Hey.
Sorry, Barbara.
Yeah, I think again, this too shall pass. This, we've had these kind of religious revivals in numerous ways.
There's no reason to believe that there isn't enough room for all of these different bubbles. I mean,
yeah, I think they just have to. I mean, what's going to happen is that enough people either the luxury of just being able to virtue signal goes away, or the pain of being an asshole returns. Right, where I'm going to cancel you, I'm going to kick you right in the balls. Leave me alone. I'm going to sit over here and just pout. Fine.
That's the
Just
thing,
do it
is that all
quietly.
of these bubbles have existed for years. It's like these are things that have been here for years. It's just that now you have society that's reinforcing them, that's telling them to come out, and it's good to spread whatever you want to spread, no matter how fucking retarded or stupid it is. So it'll go back to normal whenever society just decides, no, we're not letting you spread any of this stuff, and it'll just go back to the internet bubbles that you rarely see online. You just see a dumb take online, people will just say, oh, that's a dumb take, they'll get roasted, and they'll go back to their bubble.
I kind of see things just getting more compartmentalized. Like right now, what we have is like this giant monolith Disney or any other example trying to pander to the lowest common denominator, but there's no reason that they can't, have cherry flavored sludge and grape flavored sludge for, another bubble.
Mhm.
I think they're messing up by trying to cast too broad of a net on too small of a demographic or too small of a social.
Well,
group.
I mean, you have a again, going back to the Arab trader analogy. Most marketing people now, again, they've never really gone face to face with real customers. The closest they come to the real world, in sneer quotes, is Twitter, and they think that it's real. Because again, be careful what you measure. It becomes important whether it is or not, right? And because they can measure like Parrot Analytics with their stupidity with the engagement on Twitter. No, by the way, look into who's actually involved in Parrot Analytics and who founded it. They're almost all Hollywood studio refugees, right? So it was that company was built to reinforce the echo chamber of whatever was going on in the executive suites of studios. But I can measure mentions. I sentiment analysis is hard, so the hell with it. I just saw it was mentioned, so we're winning because we're getting mentioned more. Or all of the people who agree with me all say this on Twitter, so that must be what everybody thinks, right? And the consequences will come due. May take longer than you wish, but it will, because enough normies, who are too busy working jobs and raising families and living lives, who don't go anywhere near Twitter, are just looking around and going, what the hell is this, right? And they may not understand why everything is going to hell, but they know it is, right? You don't have to be a veterinarian to know that you stepped in dog shit.
Yeah. It's like it'll just come back naturally, I do think. Maybe next year, maybe in 2 years, but it is not going to last long with the way that people are just pushing back, like regular people are pushing back in the real world, and not just on Twitter.
Yeah, the problem is that when you force people to pay attention to get out of their normal lives and see that you're being an ass clown, and then motivate them to do something, because for the most part they're still of the live and let live. You do your crazy as long as it's not bothering me, right?
Yep.
But if it bothers them enough that they take time out of real life and have to deal with you, the whiplash is going to come back and it's going to overcorrect.
Yes.
Right. And it was kind of like when
it's
Platoon and I were talking about the problem with, and it's a misnomer to think that the transgendered people are the ones that are pushing pronouns. They're not. Right.
No.
It's
moms.
Q.
No,
it's the Q in the thing, right? The those who identify as queer. Because if you go read up on queer theory, that's where you get the, I'm a deerkind, any number of 87 different pronouns and all that stuff, right? And as Platoon and I were talking about, the mistake that was made was the LGBT community, and to tease to a lesser extent, didn't recognize the threat that the activists who had taken over the organizations that were supposed to represent them, because for the most part they were satisfied. Look, we have equal rights. We've achieved the things legally that we want to, and we know that culturally, give it a generation or two and everything's going to be fine, right? They played a reasonable slow game because they knew that you couldn't just force it down people's throats and expect that,
I
right?
remember a brief couple of years where it felt like what you just said, like, okay, we got there.
Right.
You know, there we have gay pride parades in all the big cities,
Right.
and everybody
We
knows
have legalized
nothing.
marriage. It's recognized, and
Yeah.
and so we are now on equal footing, right? The anti-discrimination laws are clear.
It's the same path that we had when we went through um,
Civil rights.
civil rights, and we were recognizing interracial marriages and things like that. It's going to be the next generation that sort of, you know, takes care of that issue.
Well, it's
You
so
know-
so you have one you'll have one generation that they tolerate, right?
right.
The next generation accepts, right? And
Right.
that's the thing. The problem is that just like with the civil rights, you had activists who took, we won, right? We are equal in the eyes of the law. We are treated equally and all that stuff. Now, our circumstances may be worse, although they're much worse now than they were in the mid 60s, with the Great Society coming in. That actually set back the Black community huge, and you're still feeling the effects today.
Yep.
But what happened is you had radicals take over the civil rights groups and stopped doing the basic stuff because they're like kind of like unions. Okay, we won, so let's get rid of it. Now it still exists, and we still have a moral authority. And so you have a bunch of hard leftists take it over, kill the organization, and start parading around in a skin suit, demanding respect and all kinds of things. And so you end up with, you know, Ibrahandi Kendi, you know, coming out with the stupidity that is, because he's a grifter for the most part, right? But there's a lot of the organizations that happened with the gay and you know, lesbian groups. Once they had achieved, right, we're good. Essentially, the group, the activist organization should have disbanded. Instead, they get infiltrated by the believers in queer theory and all this stuff, which is very much Marxist driven. They take over and then start making crazy demands about pronouns and all this stuff. And you're seeing pushback from gay and lesbians. We're like, whoa, what are you talking about? Right. But it's too late, because the organizations that were allegedly the spokes people for you got taken over. You didn't see it coming. You didn't try and end that when it happened. And now these people are claiming that they speak for you, and in a national, you know, conversational sense on the way businesses react and all this stuff. That's still the same organization. They don't, you know, it's still the same uniforms, even if the players are entirely different, and and the agenda is entirely different.
That's the big issue that's going on nowadays, is that, like, stuff isn't as it used to be before, even though it falls under the same label. So you're doing something detrimental to whatever has been built the entire, like, throughout the years, just because you're letting bad apples be incredibly vocal in your community. It's crazy.
It took decades and decades to get there, and now it's being torn apart.
Right. And the thing that I fear is that the inevitable reaction will whiplash and over correct, and will then start to go against the gay and lesbian you know, rights that were won.
It already is, because look at how many people are just absolutely lose their shit when you mention pronouns.
Yeah.
And it's insane. There was a show on Netflix. It was actually, I think, it was a series of books written by Armistead Maupin, who was a gay author, lived in San Francisco, and he wrote a series of books called Tales from the City. And Netflix created like the sequel to it. And there's a great scene toward the end where all of these, these older gay gentlemen are having a dinner party, and they're swapping stories about their past lives. And the younger
Back in the
date,
day.
huh?
Back in the day, stories over
Back in the day
some
stories,
wine,
and the younger date of one of them gets super offended when one of them, one of the older guys, they took him to a Mexican tranny bar.
Right.
And the young guy loses his shit at tranny.
Right.
And he's
I don't
like,
think that's
well,
the
I just
proper
think we need to be
nomenclature.
more accepting of other people. And the guy, the older guy just is like, listen, the wall that you're shouting from is the one that I built for you.
Mhm.
And it's, if you have to be that disrespectful to ignore your own history and get offended by other outdated terms, you're on the wrong path.
Well, I
Being
mean,
used
look at what
in
they did
context.
with the guy that created like the gay pride stuff. They stomped him
Oh yeah.
at gay pride. Like, he's the reason why you're here. What the hell are you doing? You know?
Yeah, well, again, but the thing is that they founded gay pride, and it existed for a reason. That reason is no longer true, and
Yep.
the agenda of the march and all that is an entirely different thing, because it's no longer run by gay men.
Yep.
It's now very much influenced by queer theory,
And brought to you
which
by Safeway.
yeah,
Safeway.
exactly, and every other corporate sponsor. Because again, they think there are plenty of marketing departments who think, oh yeah, we're allying. First of all, they think that LGBT and Q all have the same agenda. Boy, are they wrong on that.
Oh yeah,
Go
they're
ask
absolutely
lesbian how she feels right now. They're pretty hostile about what's going on. But if you're Safeway and ACT UP comes to you and says, no, we think in these pronouns, this and whatever. Oh yeah, well we absolutely support the gay community and the 87 alphabetiers that we put together, because we don't even know what half of these letters mean, but we know it, and its legitimacy comes from when you were fighting for gay rights.
Mhm.
That's the
Mhm.
deference they give, and that's when you've had people who come into an organization, kill it, and then parade around in the skin suit, right?
I
Oh,
mean,
it still
look
says
at
ACT UP,
like
but it
feminism is
ain't
the same thing
anymore.
now.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, from
people
feminism's an
don't take
excellent standpoint.
feminism, like people don't take feminism seriously anymore. Like, that's something that's reached its term in terms of it has been taken over
And
by
It's worse than that. It's worse than that.
exactly.
So many executives that I know will
incredibly
not
unfortunate.
they will not hire women, because it is a risk that they are unwilling to take,
Yeah,
because somebody
exactly.
decides I'm me to it, right? That they make something up, or that they are offended by whatever the hell, right?
Mhm.
And there is no way in hell, if I was hiring for a startup or something like that, that I would hire a woman coming out of university,
Yeah, well,
unless she
that's
was
the
an
thing.
engineer, and even then, it would be a serious interview that I would have. And
Mhm.
that is a real problem, because 5-10 years ago, some of the best people I was hiring were women coming out of university, because they were
Mhm.
hungry, they understood what was going on, they were trying to accomplish in the workplace before they got married and had families, and knew that they were going to then drop back in comparison to men, but they were going to achieve what they wanted to achieve. Now,
Mhm.
hell
The
no, it's a minefield, and it's
hardest part
terrible.
about feminism today is that it's solely run on whether or not you have a vagina. It's not
Mhm.
supportive in any other circumstance. It's like only this can happen this way. And it fails to realize just how hard fought feminism was in the 60s and 70s, back when you still had to have your husband say it was okay to have your checking account. You
Mhm.
know, my my mom uh was my mom divorced in the early 70s, and she had to fight to keep the house that she bought with her money, because they were ready to give it to my dad.
She'll get the kids. She won't get any of the assets.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the hardest part, is that they forget, the younger generation, they forget, or they don't know how hard these rights were won.
Oh, it's far worse. It's far worse than that. So the Victorians had a stronger view of women than what modern feminism does. I mean, the oh my gosh,
modern feminism
somebody said hi to me. I need a fainting couch and I need to clutch my pearls. Right? Women can't be, oh, if they drank, they have no responsibility whatsoever. If a man drinks, well, that's all on him. Right? Somehow women no longer have agency for the decisions they make. Also, they're incapable of deceit. We must believe them all, because women aren't actually fully intellectually developed and capable of deception and lying.
Well, that's why I think the feminism is such a good example of what we're talking about, because feminism is something that has already fully ran its course in terms of it has been overcorrected to the point where people
it's still
nowadays
overcorrecting.
Well, I mean, but it's I think that it's finally reaching its pure terms of like ending the overcorrecting stuff, because it's just like nowadays when people mention feminism, they don't really think about actual like man woman equality in the workplace and all that thing. What they always think about is the radical feminism that it has become known for, so people don't take it seriously.
And all we ever really wanted was equal rights. We wanted equal pay, we wanted equal everything, and it's just become
changed.
And it's just become this
well, now it's I want equality of outcomes regardless of what happened, right? But again, that's a standard. Again, Marxists came in, decided to kill your organization, parade around in a skin suit, right? But the thing is that you're right, Uninspired, with regards to the correction of people seeing through the bullshit of the claims, right? What hasn't finished is the overcorrection that the response from. So again, if you think that it was hard getting hired as a woman in the 60s, wait till you see what happens in many corporate boardrooms now, because the risk is too high, right? That one woman who decides she has a agreement, she doesn't like a guy, decides to make claims against him, HR gets involved, and here we go, we're having a lawsuit, we're getting dragged through the media for having a toxic workplace because one person decided that she was angry and decided she was going to get revenge on somebody. Why would I take that risk?
Yep, exactly.
Right.
It's
And
like,
so what you're going to have is people not hiring women in jobs where it's predominantly men. Right. And so you're going to end up with a segregated, okay, well, women, they can teach in schools. Oh, yeah, that's not in any way throwing back to the 1800s, right?
Nursing.
If I was in a room with it, when I was still in California, this is like 2000. My primary care doctor retired, and a new one bought the practice and came in. And he was a young doctor. So my wife went in. He would not see a female patient unless he had another witness. Right.
Yep.
It will absolutely be that way. If I'm in a workplace, I'm having witnesses around me at all times. I'm not going to be alone with a woman because the risk is too much. And that is terrible, because some of the best people I've worked with, have been women programmers, women database admins, right? They were killers, but that is not who, I wouldn't, it would be foolish to take the risk in the business to open yourself up. Right. And that's the problem with the overcorrection is going to go, it will overcorrect and you will have a reduction in women in certain jobs because of just of self-defense.
Yeah,
right? They will set the movement back a lot. And I worry that's I know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of degree. What happens to the gay and lesbian community when that overcorrection shows up?
I think it's happening. I mean, all you have to do is look at some other streaming movie channels that I shouldn't name out loud that might be on this night of the week. or may not. And it's just, I mean, that's the backlash. You know, there's 5,000 people in that chat going gay, woke, gay, and it's just you know, some of
Right,
them
but
are sincere, and some of them are just parroting and trying to fit in or whatever. But a lot of people are really pissed off about all this.
yeah, and I think rightfully. I mean, again, the like when we talked on BSUP about Az's rant, I know exactly why he has that rant. Oh, by the way, that's not unique. Az has a rant about every other day. But that this for this particular game at this particular time, given everything that's happened, you know, up to this point, there's a point where his cork popped on that stuff, right? In that game at that time, and everybody has kind of their breaking point. And oh, by the way, when you're silencing actual critique of these positions, what you're going to get are people who I'm just looking for anybody who agrees with me in some way. And so you're going to drive people to extremism because those are going to be the ones that take the risk of speaking out against this, because you can't say that in polite society. Well, then it'll be said in impolite society, and you're going to get people showing up for that.
Yep.
I guarantee you that since probably 2017 or 2018, that 4chan has seen a huge increase in signups.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and Reddit just keeps on trucking.
I mean, I went on 4chan for the first time, like I think it was a month or two ago, and I was like, Jesus Christ, man!
Oh,
What
it's the Wild West.
Oh
Yeah.
God, I was so shocked because I was looking for like links to some stuff, and maybe like they could be there, and I just went in there, and I was like, my God, what the hell is this? So I just stuck to Reddit, and Reddit I rarely use that. I only use it when I want to like look at how should I say this?
Boobies.
Without you guys thinking I'm weird, but like I look at case files and stuff like that. So like
Oh no, that's not weird. I do that.
autopsy. I mean,
He's a woman. He lives for true crime.
What was the what was the website that used to have case files and like video of murder scenes and stuff like that? It was real big in the early 2000s.
Live Leak?
Yeah, Live Leak.
Live Leak, yeah. I watch like more photos and stuff like that of known serial killers, you know, stuff like that. But like
well, HBO used to have Autopsy, the series with Dr. Bodden.
Yeah, but yeah, like now it's just Reddit. I just have to type in manually like the stuff and try and find it on a Reddit. It is nasty, but like I can stomach it, so it's cool.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of gross stuff as a nurse. So that kind of
I
stuff,
can imagine.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I took.
I'm just fascinated by it.
Yeah, I took human body in college because they didn't realize that they didn't put prereqs on it. And so I was like, oh, that looks like a hard course. I'll take it. So yeah, we were dissecting cadavers and all that. It was like I was having a blast because it's I mean, the human body is a hell of a piece of engineering. And
exactly, it's interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I really worry about the backlash and especially when you can't talk about elections, you can't talk about immigration, you can't, but man, are you going to have the nastiness that comes out of that, because people will go where they are willing to talk about it, and they're not going to be the most well thought. They're going to be the most reactionary, and that's going to take hold. And it's again, you will whiplash and boomerang too far in the other direction before we settle down on a proper norm.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the first thing that we should like check out is how the feminism stuff goes, because that'll probably settle before the LGBT things. So basing on how that will end and how like the socio-political like status of Western society at that time and how like everything is, because most of this is like depending on America, you know, in terms of what you see in Europe and stuff like that, because it's not as big here as in America, or maybe it's just because America is, of course, a bigger country. Yeah, so in turn, it
Well,
just
so
amplifies
the
what they
hilarious
do.
thing is that almost all of these philosophies come out of Europe. They then
Yeah,
came into
that's
the
true.
U.S. and as
It does come
usual, what
from
we
Europe.
do is do it bigger and better, and then
Mhm.
export it back out to the world.
That I know.
So
Yep.
yeah, you're reaping what you sowed. It's just the
Exactly.
harvest was a bumper crop.
Yep, exactly. So I am like very fascinated to see where it will lead us, although it is scary. But yeah, I just hope that it doesn't overcorrect to the point where we're completely set back like decades. Even
Yeah,
though
That's
think
my
that's gonna
worry.
happen.
I don't guarantee that doesn't happen. Especially the more that you try to stamp out
Mhm.
reasoned disagreement, then you're going to
Yep.
get unreasonable disagreement.
Yep, it's gonna get ugly in a couple of years if stuff doesn't get fixed pretty quickly.
Especially when people are as emotionally stunted as they've ever been.
Yes.
There's-
I mean,
Yeah.
There's no critical thinking skills that are taught anymore.
Well,
by
because your
design.
emotion is more important.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, it's easier to control people that can't think their way out of it. So, that's old
Exactly.
news.
Well, it's the ancient Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're so interesting. I just blot them out.
That's right. It was like, could I have boring again, please?
Whatever that was. I guess that was the 70s.
No, that was just hideous. Bell
Well, the
bottoms and
decor and
butterfly
the
collars.
dress, the
Yes,
style
yes. It
was
was a visual
hideous.
assault.
Yeah.
Also disco.
Yeah, also, yes, an auditory assault.
And Barry Manilow.
Oh,
Hey.
what a perfect perfect place
I
to
actually
leave
saw
them.
Barry Manilow
Barry
in
Manilow.
concert. It was awesome. We
I
were
was,
like the only 20 people there and the sea of blue hairs. It was great.
I was working in a newspaper, and there's a kid in the sports section, and so one of the guys, his editor was like my age, and we were always talking about 80s music and stuff like that. And this kid, he liked some of it, but then there was other stuff he was just like, what? No, what are you talking about? So for some reason, his editor was popping out Air Supply lyrics, and I would then respond, and we'd go back and forth, with the lyrics. And he was like, what the hell is this with this Air Supply crap, whatever. And I was like, Matt, come with me. And I walk him up to the front area where all of the women that were in accounting and circulation worked. And I said, ladies, I want to interrupt you for just a second. I have a question that I want you to all answer honestly, if you can. If I took you out on a date and we had a fine meal, and went out, did a little dancing or something like that, and when I'm driving you home, I have Air Supply playing on my stereo in the car, how's that date going to end? And to a woman, they're like, oh, you're getting laid that night. And I turned to Matt and I said, I rest my case. Thanks. I'm out. That's why Air Supply.
I'm all out of love.
Mm-hmm. Making love
I'm
out
so
of nothing
lost
at
without
all.
you.
Fantastical.
Maybe I'm defective. I don't know. But if you had Air Supply on the radio while we were driving home,
You would start to think that I was actually in the closet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh,
How nice. You're such a good friend.
you're a good friend.
We can have girl
I
talk.
gotta go. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it has been interesting. I'm sorry our features weren't more inspiring, but
yeah, you have the uninspired reviewer. That's why.
Yeah. Well, we're going to ensure you stay that way.
Stay limber. You're going to have to carry us all on your back. So.
You bring the reviews, we'll bring the uninspiration.
Oh, yeah.
Uninspired, do you want to give us a quick rundown of where you may or may not be coming up?
Yeah, so on Monday I'm gonna be on Cannoli Sasquatch's channel. We're covering Spaceballs, and
well, that's right.
I think that's about it for live streams. And
you got a video
yeah,
to finish.
I do have my old boy video to finish, which is hope it's done by first week of October so that I can move on to the Halloween stuff. Because I've got some good movie recommendations for Halloween that I don't think people have heard of. So just want to get
Challenge
that
accepted.
out
Yeah.
there. Oh yeah, I've got my top 10 list. I do have like 23 movies left to watch to nail down the list properly.
Is Phantasm on there?
No.
Oh,
Like I'm trying to get like movies that are recent, not too old either, because like when you want to recommend horror nowadays to people, if you recommend The Exorcist, they'll just watch it and be like, "What the fuck is this?" You know, it's kind of annoying.
I feel like if
Phantasm
I did
has the tall man. I mean, it's great. It was made in '79, I think the first one was.
If you haven't seen The Exorcist, I can't help you. There's nothing I can do for you.
I feel like if I did a top 10 list, 7 out of the 10 would be like John Carpenter films.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
Prince of Darkness. Prince of
my
Darkness.
top 10 lists, I always give myself the requirement that I shouldn't put known movies, or else it'll just be like any other top 10 list, you know. So what I always try and do is it's top 10 of movies that you've probably vaguely heard of and haven't watched, or have flat out hopefully never heard of. So that's like my recommendations. you know?
I'm always shocked how few people have seen John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness.
No, I've seen it.
Yeah, I keep running, like we'll talk about John Carpenter movies, and I was like, oh yeah, I love Prince of Darkness, and they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, the one with Alice Cooper. Where is it? No, I don't have any idea. Okay,
Alice who?
Alice Cooper.
Who's she?
Yeah, she's in a Dead Babies.
No.
You see, I never even realized that In the Mouth of Madness was a sequel to Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, not my favorite sequel, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a pretty weak one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that in the theater, and I walked out and I was like, I shaved my balls for this. This is crap.
That's funny because I actually had a T-shirt. I'll probably find an image, but I did have a T-shirt that said "I shaved my balls for this" with a question mark, and I used to wear that to go to the cinema all the time.
I used to have one that I bought from despair.com that said it was a hat that said another dissatisfied customer.
Oh man. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Apart from the Old Boy video, that hopefully first week of October will be done. And yeah, man, thanks for having me on again. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks for staying up with us.
Oh, thank you for staying up with us. Yes.
We really appreciate it.
7:27 a.m. It's good. It's good.
Oh my God.
Goodness
That's
gracious.
awful. I'm so
Don't
sorry.
worry. I sleep beforehand. So like I slept at around 8 p.m. I woke up around 1 a.m. so that, I'm cool.
Oh, wow.
It's good.
Wow.
I can't reach anymore.
I would need like 5 razors now. It's gonna wax it, but I'm gonna need a beehive.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew, you grifter, go attack that dude on Twitter, man.
React softer.
Yeah.
Okay, unless anyone else has anything else they want to plug or get off their chest, we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
We're all good. Get the hell out of here.
We're all good here.
Thanks, Henry Silva. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
The man, quote unquote, the man.
Yes, the alleged man.
The man, the myth, the
alien from outer space. Yeah, the reptiloid.
Good night.
And now, folks,
Right.
it's time to
Thanks,
say
everybody.
goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.